Hello, and welcome. The factory. It needs me.
Hello, everyone. Okay, first we do a that, then a this, and in the end we activate the game itself. Yes. And remember, kids, take your meds. Wonderful. Now, last time we were meaning to get into nuclear. We didn't quite make it. So this time instead, we'll try again. What we really need is more roads and things. Oh, bought a new mouse. Let's hope it doesn't. And I bought it from a really strange place. And there's a hardware store called like Biltema, which is Swedish, which is where I buy like, cheap car parts and things. And apparently they also had office stuff, including a mouse. And I was thinking, well, I've been buying their like tools and things for years, and I like them as a company. They seem very reliable. It's hopefully it says something. You all have been hearing how sort of anti big old giant corpo I am. But that one has that smell of a family-owned company where they aim and design for long term. Oh gosh. And so far, it seems okay. Let's hope it stays that way. Oh, and thank you, Borkenstork, for the 40 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Glad you like it here. And of course, Seribot's joke needs to be shared. Yeah, too many musics on at the same time. There we go. With YouTube side as well. Seribot shared a true classic. If not the most iconic of dad jokes. Dad, I'm hungry. Hey, hungry. I'm Dad. Classic. Alright, so what is this machine doing? You're making heavy modular McFlay framey babies, and you're kind of out of something. You're out of beams. Have some beams, bibs. And the pipe out of the steel. So we got some steel here. Yeah, we need like proper factories to manufacture these things. Now let's just do this way then. There, that pipe. Whoopsie, and there we go. And we go here, and then we try this one. Have some more of those. And then some screws. There you go. Now you'll be making a whole bunch of heavy modular frames. Sure. Slowly but surely. Getting there. Put all the rifle ammo in there, so this thing can then turn one ammo into one homing ammo. Usually be 1 into 2. Well, 2 into 1. No, those are happening 1 to 1. High-speed connectors are not happening because you're out of cable. Cable is not happening because reasons. Oh, we got the one single sad, slow factory doing its sad, slow best. Yeah, well, let's do. Look into that. No, we don't. Alright, so this one's making wire. This one is making sheet. Sheets are full. Right, now you turn 150 into 75. There, in theory, you're making enough. And you're doubling that output as well. There! Freaking great. Noise. You're making the ammo, you're making those things. Oh yeah, it's running full speed. Now where did I come here? Oh yeah, concrete. There we go. There we go. There. Making them encased beams. Encasing. In case of beams. I love these, but yeah, we need even more of those merciful Mercer spheres. Particle enrichment is what we need for the nuclear power, and that all need, well, blenders and aluminum bits. So we gotta make those factories. Now, if you were then focused in making, say, these. Oh, you make nothing but steel. But there's an empty spot here, so we have iron node, coal, so iron and steel, and then some copper. We can make a factory of some kind here, yes. At least export some shit over there. Just like we were thinking of turning... Yeah, rip you down and build a wet concrete factory there instead. Be higher up, so it'll be matching the roads. There you go, see? Nice. We got plans. Plans within plans. And some plans might even work out. Who knows? We can always hope. And until then, well, we gotta grab ourselves a whole bunch more concrete. Upon. So. Because we're gonna be building giant roads. Now. Yep. I was about to get distracted by this thing, and then I remembered, like, wait, nope, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, friendo. I'm gonna change your jetpack as well. Might as well upload some of these things. I'm gonna do the slide jumps a few times. So it gives us nice large amounts of forward momentum, and it's easier to sort of like redirect yourself. You see, when turning, when flying, it takes a little bit more energy and it slows you down. When we're doing mid-slide, it seems to be a little easier. Now we do this, not a default, but a shredded blueprint. I think we're just gonna Alright, fine. We go to Builder. We open up the Blueprint Designer. We open it up, we load a blueprint. The blueprint in question is, of course, Road 1.5. So that we can fix that one issue which keeps on causing some problems. Namely the vehicle path. Ah, I can know it. Hey there, Talking Refinery. Good morning to you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Hope things are working out. So that'll be one way of doing it, so that it has like an attachment point there in the middle. That's all red. Come on. We'll see if this helps. It's vaguely annoying that I'm going to have to do all of those pre-existing ones manually, but if we can at least this way help with... We do save, overwrite, clear, grab, sort, break down. Hey there, Kim Stockholm. Hope you're doing well. Good morning to you all. So then we have a train connection through here, which might then have to do a funny little dip to get beneath there. Now, let's see here. Oh, I can already see them. It's fine then. Yeah, so we have these limestones. So we can have a concrete factory down here. But I also want a road connection up here because we got some iron and copper. And that way, if nothing else, we can do a... we can hide some of the like spaghetti by getting this limestone node here as well to be sent further down south with to the lake there. So that'll be a dedicated concrete factory that just makes concrete with concrete, so just massive amounts. We can export it both via train and truck because the road connection. And then up here where my mouse is, well, like I said, they have a couple of nodes here. So we have copper, iron, technically limestone, and coal here, which we can claim. I just need one of these. This one node that is, yeah. There's coal power plant here that is enough to run on 2 normal nodes, but an impure one can be redirected here for making like steel from these. Yeah, so northern manufacturing will be happening here. Order. We can then import steel and iron parts we make from here, and especially because we're bringing that train, thanks to the road here, will be then connected here. We then have a train station here to pick up the concrete and whatever we make here, and that way we can have that sort of like break out. Instead of having that one massive factory, which I usually make, we can have that spread out one in multiple buildings to have more of the cityscape feel that I'm hoping for here. And then some radioactive production will be happening down here just because it feels like thematically fitting, since it's slightly further away from everything. And then we might ship that down here, which also has a sort of lower area, which could then be, because nuclear power requires the water. Oh, but then we'd also build it all over the void here, because, you know, that'll also be kind of funny. Yeah, I think we have a plan for it today. Get all of that kind of working. And if we connect all of those to the trains as well, then we can have at least one train risking the health and safety of absolutely everyone else. And would you look at that? I sensibly finished my coffee while it was still warm for once. Ha, nice. Which can, you know, a uranium train hitting over here. Okay, awesome. We have a plan. Fantastic. Now let's see if the new blueprint is better. Push all the wrong buttons. Go here. We then go to vehicle and 1.5. It should be, and then we blueprint auto connect. Okay. Yeah, so we pretty much just do a straight road all the way through, and then we can delete in one entire block and then add T crossings. That is how they have been designed now. Ooh. All the things to be lacking, it's iron plates and quartz. And then we... would you look at that? And then everything has connected well. Fan-heckin-tastic. Now... I don't think you're quite close enough. But yeah, then if we connect this one all the way, then we can also connect this here power production directly into the sort of road-based power networks. So far the new mouse is working quite well. The old one was, I was realizing, first I was thinking like, man, I'm just like too violent with my mouse or something. Well, my grip is bad, but then I realized when I was just using it in like just web surfing that sometimes pushing the button didn't get the mouse to react. Then I realized like, yes. It is old and worn, and I have in fact probably been too violent with it. Oh, right. Now these are all, this is kind of weird. So let us experiment. Now, with the previous blueprints, we've had the issue of autoconnect being extra weird. In certain conditions. I wasn't really supposed to be doing it this way, but, well, the same finish, you know, menu. It already went. Any hogs down there? No? Okay. Hey there, Reels, I'm here. Hope you're doing well. That is a fun little paw. Ooh, can we make it? Can we make it? Come on, liquid biofuel. Yeah. And then on with AutoConnect. Yeah, they all turned. That's working. I'm getting a slightly better feel for the whole auto-connecting thing. So having one giant track from point A to point B isn't always the best idea. So we'll get to see the reality of it here. Will you connect to here? Whoa. Actually, kind of did. Yeah, it's just this here crossing that's now kind of fucked because of you know, reasons. So maybe this one as well. So if I put you H and I, right, oh, that can't be nudged. Okay, let's try it again. What do you mean can't be nudged? I was nudging one of these earlier, but now you say no. How dare you unnudge me? There we go. So if you have like a breaking point here in the middle, so it's not like one line going through it all, I think that might be like better. Oh wait, no, but then these won't work. Oh, and there's power here, so we can change backpacks. There you go. Sort board. So now we want a connection point pretty much here instead. You see, like that, exactly. So you can connect there. You can connect there. Then we undo what we just did. Remember, like, oh, ow, bugger. We need the same thing, but for the other guy. Which means we break you down as well. And that path already exists, so... Now there's more crossings as well. Now why are you green, by the way? I don't think you... like technically go through any crossings. And yet... And yet... Interesting. Oh well. Shit works though. That's one of the more important parts here. Alright, let's bring power. And illumination. Ah, yeah, buggers. Alright, I'm gonna increase the DPI on the mouse. Go. Oh. Shit's fixed, yo. Alright. Now the mouse is even more reactive, but now it's almost too reactive. We'll have to see how we get by here. There. No, there weren't that many blocks left, yeah, so by this time, hopefully we'll have a bit more of the sweet iron plates and quartz. No, wrong. Don't connect to the lamp, connect to the pole. Then again, I'm not sure how far this thing is going to be going, so I guess we can do one more. We do a auto connect. another O to connect. Then we do a T crossing here at the end, I think. This way. All that is already connected.
Drink.
Hey, there's Cinnamon and Wayne. Hope you're doing well.
Shrimping streamer man.
You're right, I was actually.
Time for a big stretch.
Hello there.
Hello there. Well, of course, you know. Actually, I should update my freaking list of cool cats as well. There's more people deserving of their shouty howdies. There we go. And one more time. Yeah. And then for the hydrate. How the Satisfactory? Well, the factory is very sad. It's quite satisfying, yes. Thanks for the hydrate. I do enjoy the game. Yep. Ooh, you're like almost, but not fully actually clipping in, so we can do a funny. No. Yeah, a little silly, but it works. Which, in the end, is the most important thing. You know, the working part, not the silly part. Ah. It's a little off. You know what? We're not going to fix it. Nope. Because it's not, you know, it's not on the list for today. Now, one thing I do realize is that we need a way for the cars to turn should they come all the way here. Now, if I want them to get all the way here, I probably might want them going... I don't know, let's just arbitrarily choose a direction. I have an idea. It's going to involve removing this one, getting one T crossing that way, one T crossing there, then one of these here. And it's our not really a roundabout. And that way, a car connection from here can go in here and do a turn. Now this one, it's trying to do some weird shit. Okay, that's fixed. You. Well, it's fine. It's when I'm wondering, like, wait, didn't I, like, fix this just now? Then I remembered, oh yeah, but not here, though. There. So now there's, you know, a chance for a Yui. Heckin' amazing. And these guys are just gonna get hooked. Well, they can stay as they are, because once we link you up to that one, and then you, now up to this one. But hey, so how has Helldivers been? I actually haven't played Helldivers in years now. I've been meaning to get back into it, but you know, life happens. There's too many games, not enough time. I really enjoyed Helldivers when it came out. Then, no, the whole Sony adventures happened, and then I kind of stopped playing for that one. Now, I know the... Wait, why are you not working? So the 90-degree one doesn't have an underground connection? The very did that, my friend bought me this gift called. Hey, nice! Yeah, I'm meaning to then get back into it, just haven't gotten around to it for whatever reason. That's weird. You're connected here. Oh. Is this the problem then? That's my guess. Yeah, now that's working. Okay, so the blueprint has a broken power connection. Yeah, so once Sony reverted one of their horrifyingly dumb, silly mistakes. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, connections are the way they should be. You know, there was much rejoicing, but oh well, silly big corpos. And poor freaking Arrowhead Studios, who was caught in the middle, just trying to do their best, made an amazing game, super fun, excellent writing, fantastic gameplay, just awesome fun times. And then publishers fucked it all up. As they do. Okay, yeah, so doing a factory with a crater here. I wonder if we can build it, like, in the crater as well. That could be just, you know, even more fun. Even more funny, fun. Wait, there was a nuclear hog in there and potentially an adventure. That means... Wrong button. We put on Le Michael. Switch backpack. Grab some packed liquid biofuel. I can't see the ammo so quickly, so we'll just grab some of these here. There we go. And we sort. There we go. Man, I love that little whip sound and everything. It's got like... Just fun, you know, fun adventure music, this one. Radiation levels are going up. Hello there, Piggy. Sorry, not sorry to intrude on your home. Yeah. And there's nuclear rocks to pick up here, but, you know, we can... I guess we might pick them up at some point. But it's not like an actual resource node, so it's not the most important. Okay, give us a Mercer Sphere, which is very nice. Hazmat suit keeps us alive, radiation level is high, but, you know, we can deal for now. The dive, if you want to be free. Oh, I thank you. I mean, it's been on my to-do list now for ages, especially seeing, you know, you and Clay play and so on. So I just keep on looking at it, thinking, oh man, I wish I could get back into it. But then I keep on, you know, remembering the ever-growing list of games to play. I'm like, but I need to play all the other games too, like this one. And now Pal World hit 1.0, and everyone's playing that one, and I'm like, maybe I should play some Pal World. I mean, I own the game. I want to know what 1.0 is like. What did they add? Plus, I hadn't really played it because that in ages. Because I got Pal World when it first came into early access, and I was thinking this seems silly. I gotta know what this is all about. So I got the game, and I honestly had more fun than I expected to. So I've always had a warm, a great affection for Pal World. I know that the studio has an earlier game that they sort of semi-abandoned, I guess, which makes sense. I mean, you have a small studio, you have an earlier project, and then you start your next project, you're kind of juggling those balls, and one of them kicks off, like Pal World did. That's like, well, we're making an executive decision that most of our resources is gonna go into the big one. Okay? Understandable choice, in my opinion. As far as I know, they haven't abandoned the earlier one. It's just turned into a sort of labor of love for a small team. That's just the nature of, you know, production. You can't make everything. You only have so many hands. And Pal World just looks fun. So I don't know how, seriously I want to take Pal World. So I was considering, maybe either I do a solo run through Pal World at some point, or in case people are interested, I look into seeing how does one exactly run a public server kind of thing. Do a community Pal World or something. That could be funny. Or some other game like that. So I realize that we have a lot of lurkers here. Some people play, a lot of us play the same games, and having a sort of community server is something I've been wanting to do for ages. And for a short amount of time, I might be able to afford it even. You know, a few months, if nothing else. What's a good place for a crossing? So we don't have an X crossing. We could just make one though. Just slap down the crossing and augment. Or if you like noodles, open up Satisfactory. Hey there! That is very true. Hey there, Sir Pyro. Hope you're doing well. And welcome in, Raiders. Hey there, Reaper. How you doing? The one, the only, the linkiest of Reaps, the Reaper Link. How you doing? Oh, Shank was just chatting, but I saw you playing that Tomodachi game. I find it weird and confusing. But people seem to be having fun. And that's the important part. And right, we finished with the merging of the locals for now, so we're going to change the tape back to absolute fix-it. Now there shouldn't be a raid, an add-on. Okay, yeah.
Lurking was a long day.
Hey, no worries. Take it easy, my friend. Yeah. You always streamed wildly and intensely, and now you have a day job as well. So take it easy. Take care of yourself, my friend. No worries. Work away. TTS. Whoa. Hey, there's your Pyro. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a sub. All subbers get their first words as TTS, and it is a list of 5 TTS voices that I've chosen sort of semi-randomly from the Google TTS service, and it randomly chooses one. The only sort of the fixed voices are the ones I have in the redeems, which is for the English-speaking one and the Finnish-speaking one. Now the Finnish-speaking one won't simply read English with a Finnish accent or Finnish correctly. And I've been considering adding ADA to the list as well, because the AI voices I find them funny because they're like Google's super fancy like chirp AI driven voices, and these are like the service they sell for people. Like, you know, I'm buying it. It's just with the amount of TTSs that go through in my stream are like so low, so my invoice always rounds down, well, rounds up to 0. So I haven't had to pay anything, even though it is technically a paid service, which does mean that the service is designed for someone or something that uses hundreds, if not thousands, of those calls tokens a day, which means like say call centers and so on. Now, even with my TTS, it very often gets the inflection hilariously wrong, and I just love laughing at the humongous companies like flagship product messing up. It just brings me joy. And that's why I like having it here. Especially random humor. Random humor with a hint of Schadenfreude. Now I think we go. Okay, let's see. If we turn this one into a T crossing going that way, then, or with the nodes, we could have the crossing go here on this side. Or if we go down here, we could then claim these into another factory around here. Oh yeah, so slightly further inward, and then this will get its own. Okay, cool. Cool. Well, I might have to make an X crossing then at some point. But that is at some point, not now. Yeah, and we've been talking about playing some Starve Together with Reap, and we'll be trying to aim for like Wednesday, Thursday, if we'll see when we get closer how it fits with everyone's timetables, and so on. So that is our open plan for then. So let's hope it works out. And of course, yeah, we won't have to plan for like a 48-hour window because of the whole time zone thing. So what might be, Thursday for one might be still Wednesday for the other. And then with IRL having needs on both of us, we'll also have to take that into consideration. And then next week's Saturday, I still don't know what I'm doing, but I want to do something fun, something interesting, because it is the whole birthday of Hannu. Well, I mean, yes, now we have like an event name and everything. So the block 1.5 would then I think we'll put you as just as a blueprint. Like, these are now getting powered by that over there. And now technically they're all connected, because I don't think I went and did something as silly as delete the connection. No, I didn't. Good. And now we'll need to check the road connections, and not as bad as it could have been. There we go. I was confused for a while. Make sure we have power running through here. And then we get this road further that way. You see, we grab these into our pockets, so that while we burn through them from our pockets, these things will also be slowly but surely filling up. Now we can also connect. 1, 2. And we're out. No concrete. Excellent. Okay, now I know I'm going to need a roundabout to head that way, and the plan was to put one here. So I might not be able to, because that means then we had to have the next sort of straight connection here, and and that won't work with this guy here. So the roundabout, I mean, so it could be there, but then this one would be further down, which means the entire roundabout is further down. Ah. Well, we'll have to have a roundabout here as well. Okay, fair enough. We'll just have to have them slightly further down. No biggie. How much, though? Let's see. So we go here, we check out our blueprints, we check out our mecking, heckin' train, and the roundies of the abouties. Well, that's peculiar. Most peculiar. Oh well. Yeah, I don't think the trains are gonna fit in there. So we do down by one more. Well, the good thing is all that is like hasn't been built yet, so it shouldn't be too insane. Blueprint, roundabout. H to lock it in. Locked in. Is that something? Up by half? Half? Interesting. Okay, so if I like just scootly poop it this way, we'll see where the signals go. The signals are about the height of a train. So we'll see how they clip into. See, that is. I think I prefer one further down. And let's try with the roundabout. Yeah, blueprinting it to the one above is just easy because they have the same central point for the pillar. And here we go. We go down, we double check the connection. Oh, and this time you kind of fit perfectly. I'll take it. And then we figure out how do we connect you there. Yeah, so then we'll have a train connection going that way. Going further down is acceptable. Then we'll have a connection to a roundabout over there. Let's see how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in total. So this one, then will be 5 more. What? Oh. H. Down, 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 down. You are got the same, right? Looks good to me. So we do a railway connection from here to there, and from there to there. And then from here you'll have to go then up and squeeze through there. You know what? It'll be okay. It'll be okay. We can make some artistic choices. Just like we're sort of being forced to do here. It'll be a-okay. Don't worry, chat. Don't worry. I said don't worry. Oh. So do we then do a straight connection? I mean, technically, I guess we could have tried to put... No, we can't. Okay. Cool. Glad. I'm glad I looked. Glad I checked. Now we know. So do we want the... Okay, I want if they're to be able to like take a bypassing turn that way. So we'll have to do this one sort of as a... Oh. Fair enough. We scootly poop it inside. We lift it on up. Acceptable. And from here it would be... One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's like one block, but then we do a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Once more. And then we do the same one here, kinda. This way you're at the same height. So I want the height change to be then its own separate piece of logic. There we go, that should fit. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can't do that because of the pillars. So let's see what we can do this way then. So you go from like halfway so that you don't even... Yeah, that looks actually pretty heckin' perfect. I've done it. Okay, so that's something we could have a look-see at. And yeah, entering, exiting, entering will be not a block, entering will be not a block. There, that fixes those. Barely got to this snow and I'm barely starting the chem stuff. Huge dent in the abiotic finally. Want to play Palboy 2 at some point. Hey, nice. Yeah, abiotic is fun, and then there's all the... I mean, yeah, but the abiotic is a long game. I remember like playing... If you're playing with friends, I think it'll be even more fun. But yeah, playing solo, it came a bit of a grind there at one point. Still had fun time with it though. A wonderful game. Yeah, and the Parallel World thing is just because it's cool, it's fun, it just released in 1.0, but that also means everyone is playing it. All the big names are playing Parallel World, which means like, well, a little tiny little streamer like me might not want to do that. Nah. But yeah, I'd say one of the issues with Abiotic was that it's built for so many players, pretty much. Because it feels very much, now that in hindsight, I look back at my experience and I realize, because it felt that there's so much content, like how am I supposed to explore all of this? And the idea is, you don't. You play with your friend, with different people, and everyone gets to do their own thing. There's different ways to play the one game, rather than here's your sort of simple path of progression. Though some of the gimmicks felt a bit like single use. It would be fun to see them used more, but it happens. Still had a fun time. Alright, so that would be one. Okay, let's see. Can we make the connections here better? And one of them, of course, would be by adding a path signal. I kind of want to put it halfway, which means we need to identify where exactly is halfway. Huh, wait. Wait, this might work. Let's see here. A 3-stream streak? Why, thank you, Dr. Hesperos Sr. I'm glad you like it here. Always lovely to see people coming by and saying hi. I hope you all have a good time. I think that looks about right. Now let's see if my logic here might even work. It might not. Only one way to find out. Now we take that one out and reconnect somewhere here in the middle. Aha, I see. I think that should now be... yeah. Realized I should have just done this to begin with, and looks perfect. So this way we can go here and lock you in the middle, because the pillar didn't have that. And this way we can have the path signal there. Come here, you bastard. There you go. I'm gonna zoop you all over here. So this way we should be able to then, if someone's going that way, there. So the roundabout can be used while someone is taking that right turn. Here, same thing, we go from lamp to lamp. Path signal here says middle. Well, whoopsie. Now, why are you upset? Path goes in. block signal, path signal, path signal. So this path now has... Oh, yeah, because this one is in the middle of a path. And that's why you're upsetting in the spaghetti. I think we're gonna have to move this one all the way over there to make this work. That's okay. You lock in the blueprint, so get the height correct. Realize we need to remove those. And there. Pretty good day, just busy. Hey, nice. Especially when looting area, but like, even with 2 people, it feels like we always have to go back to unload. Yeah, I remember that one. I ended up having all the personal teleport that always brought me back, and then figuring out. Then I left those teleporting spot things in various places. Built a mini base that you put just so I can teleport and have one chest full of the personal teleporting things, so I could go directly from main base to the other bases, and then bring with me the personal teleporter to go back home, because there was so much time wasted on travel. It's a nice and neat expansion. All the way from there to there works for me. And entering is path signal, exiting is block. It'll be more chill. Be having some time near the end of this one. To game a bit. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, yeah, hope you're doing the chill week. So many games, so little time. Yep, that is very true. That's one of the reasons I started streaming. I do path, path, path. So now you can take your turns and those. There we go. Excellent. Now we want to go there eventually, but right now we need to actually connect this thing into the actual train network, which means fun times. Or there will be an experiment with these. Oh wait, no, I'm gonna need you there. Sorry, not. We don't remove that one. What we do is put in a 1 meter ramp with the material of the fixed foundation, so it matches what we built here so far, and then a tiny piece of track, which should now be sort of already then having the sort of inclination. So they're facing up a wee bit. Now this one's got all fucked. Let us unfuck the rail. There we go. You good? So then we see if this will be enough to have sort of slightly more elegant curve up. Usually they have 2 pillars in between, which means the next one would be this one. It's fine. For you, you'd be empty, empty, go, empty, go. Okay, that should work pretty well if we then turn this into this sort of transitional piece. Okay, now let us see. We go here, we check out the blueprints, we find the train block pillar. we somehow mess it up. Extra hot, extra bad. We oh, there we go. And we scoot. Yeah, that one looks good. Oh, that actually... that worked way better than I was expecting it. I was convinced I was going to have to do some manual tweaking on that one, but no. Sweet. Very good. Very, very good. Now you are... oh, roundabouty, so we can actually remove that one. So it's like, no. Oh, perfect. Click for the auto connect, then we nudge it all the way. You get less busy too. Always a problem. Gonna try to schedule some time aside just to relax a bit more. Because there's a million things to do. There's always too many things to do. Not enough time to do them. And the time that I have at least then always gets spent very inefficiently. So it's more like, and then you know you've been busy. Finally, you should have some time to relax, but no, all you have time for is guilt. That's the way it goes for me, at least. I hope it's better for you, friends. Like, I've got all those freaking emote things. I haven't finished my badges. I've been streaming for over a year now, and I still haven't gotten all my freaking badges done. And there's more badges you can do now. And I'm like, oh god, no, Jesus. When do I find time for this? I guess this week I'll have to focus on this, because then, like, prep for Saturday. I want to make that a special day. It's not it's, you know... guilt and tired, exactly. Guilt and exhaustion, because guilt is exhausting. It's a wonderful, wonderful world. There we go. Entering via path signal. Now this thing... it's too long. Alright, we'll have to cheat. It's okay. It's okay. If as long as you don't tell anyone, it'll be fine. We can make it work. As the pros say, we'll fix it in post. Mention of the game plan for the big day. No mentions yet. All I know is I at least need the music from this one. And who knows? Maybe we'll do if I get my shit together and figure it out. We can maybe do Pal World, maybe something we can play as, you know, have a whole community playing thing. And what music do we need? Because this one has the dumbest heckin' happy fix day. I love it. Wait, no, we need that from the beginning with more volume. I said beginning. DJ noises. Oh, I can have just this thing on repeat. 8 hours of this. Nothing but this. Replaces the OST of any and all games you might play. Sorry. More than a million to do. Yeah. No, god dang it, not again. Now, I like that curve, so the question is, how do we make this one happen rather than this one? So I think we have the connection happen here. But of course, if anyone has any suggestions or requests for the upcoming big day of Hannu's oldening, let me know. Like I said, the only thing I know for a fact is that we need this music because it's dumb. Like in the best of ways. Oh, no, no. There we go. So, one slightly illegal piece of track, but yeah, like I said, we can make it work. This one, we'll just have to live with it. It's a path signal coming in and a path signal going out, continuing all the way there, which means we wanted to be able to then separate Swap. To the brand. Stay true to the brand, yeah. So if I disconnect you and you. And you. There we go. So now, even though someone's here, the roundabout itself should still be usable by someone like taking a left turn and so on. Bum bum. Bum bum. Will I get into trouble for, just stealing the game for the music for my own birthday fun times? Well, we'll find out together. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, so now we have this thing kind of connecting here, and most importantly, that we have power along the train tracks as well, which makes building more of it easier. Alright, now let's change the cassette, because it isn't Saturday yet. Back to the Absolute Fix-It, sure, no. Goat Simulator. We're in the desert, so we need the desert music, of course, which is the Desert Chill. Who doesn't love goat music? I mean, everyone loves goat music. This music is goated. That's what the kids say now, right? I'm down with the hip. Hip with the times. I put one here, and then we can do 1, 2, go. Or yes, Chad. Let's see, we go. We check out the blueprint. We found the train pillar block keys. Not really what I was going for, but we can, sure, let's try it. So that's 2, and then the last one would be this pillar here. The question is, can we... So we need this one here so we can just figure out the angle of attack, if you will. That looks good. That actually looks pretty good. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, no. Then we just scoot the poopy downwards until we find that sweet connection be there. And you should be able to connect. Like upon so. So how would you look? Man, I don't even need to add anything. Yeah, man, that one's picking perfect. I don't need to do no good to please. Good please. Nice. We'll do the same one here. Which means 1 off. Then it was 6, so that'll be +1. New. Come on, train block pillar, go. And we shut the blueprint down. Path signal comes in. There we go. Okay, so now there you have your bypass to the right, your bypass from this side, roundabout itself. Next pillar would be two in front of this one. There we go. Oh gosh, buckets. There we go. Okay, fine. We just go manually. Blueprints. No. Blueprints. Vehicle infrastructure. Straight block 1.5. Ah, last liking that. Sweet, sweet. Oh god, no. Whoops. That went pretty perfectly. Need just more concrete. Ah, the roads, the trains, the connections, they grow. Change the backpack. Okay, a little dip in the train. One goes to, well, will be manufacturing north. One goes to potentially that way, and one goes here to the future large scale concrete factory. And then we can continue that connection that way to do more little factories to connect to these nodes there. Sweet, sweet trucks. Well, I'll be able to keep on trucking. Not mostly. The MVPs will remain the trains. Hey, have some pipes. Ba-da-bum. Honk, honk. And from here we grab some Aztec quartz, and then we head on back. Heckin' what? Come on. One of these. Now it's getting full on demented. Beautiful road networks. Oh. I think that's enough goat now. And then we have a look-see here. In Blue Cross, we find the vehicle straight road. Volume is way too loud. Nah, it's better. Blueprints.
We set off 10 Bogo.
19 months! That's insane. Thank you, Kim Potato, for your never-ending support. Thank you for the resub. I very much appreciate it. Very kind of you. The amazing, the wonderful, the one and only, the Kim Potato. Okay. Well, this means that we need to figure out where do... Oh god, no, we got launched. There we go. Where exactly do we then turn in? So I guess if these get pulled in, the water gets pulled in, so the factory will be somewhere here, so we get a... well, around there. Let's see here. So we do skip and a jump. Land on a map. Yeah, north of the tree is, then yeah, one option. Oh, that would mean that would already be a roundabout. A little too early for me. Hey there, Buffalopagus. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you're having a good one. Change the back. Blueprint. Train. Block pillar. Click once, lock it in. Yeah. If we do it this way, and we try to sort of follow what we did there, I guess we would then have a roundabout with like one block in between. Now, following the same logic, you gotta get rid of you. There we go. I replaced that with one with a T crossing. So let us check the blockiest of the crossingest of the T-est. Alright, so then we'd have a, straight blocks that way as well. No. 1.5. Question for you all, I'm just learning all these hard drives and not selecting a blueprint. Is that a bad thing? Do they run out eventually? And there's a limited amount of hard drives on the map, but if you're talking about scanning them and not choosing a recipe, that is absolutely fine. That is exactly sort of what I've done as well. I can show, let's see here. We go to... my mouse, there it is. Special MAM. See, I build a MAM. You know, if I could scan a hard drive, I thought here was the hard drive library, and I have all these scanned hard drives where I have not made a choice. Because if I remember correctly, it should still work the way that when a recipe has been like claimed here to be given you as an option, that recipe should no longer be in the pool of possible recipes from the hard drive. So that way you can also sort of like limit the amount of recipes that you might be offered, so you won't be offered the same one unless you've already scanned it. So you want to hold on to the bad ones. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, could just keep them out of the pool. But at the same time, I also just more considered the fact that I'm not sure which recipe I might want. So I'll be waiting until I get to a point where I'm building a factory that'll be used. Okay, this one is gonna make use of this one. Like last time, I've been hanging on to the recipe for like wet concrete for ages, because my old concrete factory was fine. And now I'm like, okay, cool. But now I'm gonna build a new dedicated concrete factory, and that one's gonna be near water because the wet concrete gives us more concrete per limestone. It now also needs water. So that's why I then chose that one then. So now I have a whole lot of these things that are just sort of waiting. Like, this one could be cool. This one could be good as well. But I don't know which one will be more useful for me until I get there. This one, right? That's what I've done. Yeah. Like this one would be handy because we're gonna have to make more of the speed wiring. But for now, I don't need it because I'm not building a factory that'll make use of that one right now. There we go. So I'm lazy. I automated homing ammo. I don't want to make better use of the crude oil. Yeah. I mean, that's what I do as well. I've automated ammo production, but I sort of manually have to feed another factory that just keeps on making the homing ammo. And that's not lazy at all. That's the way you're supposed to do it. You know, the lazy pioneer is the good pioneer. You're not supposed to do things manually. And then I just put them all in the dimensional depot. So I've had a few thousand here already. Somewhere. Like, yeah, I need to go feed the machine that makes these, but other than that, though, yeah, they're good. Same for Monopolist. Essentially, ammo, because that's the kind of stuff that you don't want to run out of while you're out and about. Similarly to fuel, because my normal jetpack fuel, which I use a lot, is the liquid packaged liquid biofuel, because it doesn't have the biggest like lift, but it has the longest like staying power. So I have a factory that just makes that and puts it in a dimensional depot. That's it, you know. Actually puts it into a storage container, from there into dimensional depot, so that in case I would want to export it for like, I don't know, trucks or something, we could. But for now, all it does is just make sure that, you know, wherever I am, I can always grab it from the dimensional depot. Biofuel setup, nice. Yeah, I have one for solid and one for the liquid one, because the solid, so I can just fuel my chainsaw whenever I need to, and then one for the liquid one, so I can use my jetpack. Alright, now we're building, and we have gotten to the point of phase 4, so we have the hover pack unlocked, which is nice. So as long as I'm close to a power pole or a powered rail, we're good. Alright, so now this one will then need the... Okay, let's see here. We do one. Come on, like that. Check out the blueprints. Trains, roundabout. Build mode blueprint. Press H to lock it in. Check on it. Yep, looks good. So those two get zooped. You get a default. Wait. Okay, this side's gonna have to just wait for a while. So what we need to do is then, skip one and put one there. Do blueprints, train block pillar. Yep, you're good. We don't actually need my help. Okay, signal going in. Signal going in. We turn those into path signals. In case someone's wondering why the signal coming in has to be a path signal, it's because it's entering this path here, right? And has two places it can enter. This one has a path signal. So if this one is a block signal, well, that means the path signal can't work, because this sort of block here would have one sort of block signal entrance, which ignores the fact that it's everything is trying to like follow the path signal logic. So that one has to. This one then would have only a single entrance. So this one can be coming from a block signal into a path signal. Well, yeah, for this one, then it needs to have both of the sort of entry points behind path signals, so it remains, so you can maintain the path logic all the way through. I don't know if that explanation made any sense, but I hope it helps. Alright, so the road is here. Now I'm thinking about, we don't do a proper like train track going that way, but here this one would then come out into a sort of straight-ish thing, and the train station. So we have the train station here on this side, where this thing comes out, goes in the train station, we do the trainy thing, so we turn around and we go back, and then he enters from this side here. into there. Now the question is, do we want then maybe the train stations on this side? So you drive in, you drive on the side of the pillar, you curve around, enter train station. Train station goes here. Well, it's gonna be something like that, which means we do we zoom in, we grab the foundation piece here, then we check out here this one, so we can zoom it along, because this one will not be following the world grid, this one will be following our, well, road grid, or train grid pretty much. And then below it will be the sort of concrete factory, which then will pumping its output into here. So the concrete factory follows the world grid, the train station follows the train station grid, effectively. So let us see, how would that fit, like right next to the road? Because we've been meaning to do this, but just haven't done one yet. So we would have the train station on the exit side. Well, it can't be right there now, can it? So that whole idea will have to be kind of scrapped on that front. But then again, a right turn from here could work. No, it'll be easier to be, because we're on this side, for it to be the make crossings for the exits here. You see, then this one can do a curve here into the train station, and then you will be doing curve from there into the train station. Yeah, yep. Way better that way. So put those out as a sort of, again, little placeholder type things. To help us sketch all of this out. So we're gonna want a station that can fit a train with 2 freight wagons, because if it comes here to pick up the concrete, then it might, the same train could also go and pick up, you know, produce from the other stuff here. I think it's water also that makes pure ingots, right? So we can maybe have those. Maybe the entire place makes, you know, iron and copper ingots as well as concrete. That could also work. It will be like small factories here and there with some kind of localized transportation to eventually the export train station here. So the train station itself goes that way. And the width is 2. So it'd be on freight. It's a little tight. So I'd prefer you to be more that way. So we know that the train track could be that close, but I prefer it like sort of in the middle of one of these foundations. So then that would be here-ish. We'll leave that one there. And the cobalt snacks. Hope you're doing good. So if we want this one to then be able to hold potentially 3 stations. Let's have a look, see at how that would look. Yeah, and that would be way too close. Let's say that's a curve we can live with. So we know where the sort of first station will be, or the drop-off point it will. Okay, now why are you upset? Block signal there. Okay, let's see. Your path comes in. Now you're okay. Assuming these two are somehow the problem here, yeah? So you're happy, you're unhappy because of something. All of that is okay. Hey there, Two Puppy Games. Hope you're doing well. Going out shortly with the family, but I thought I'd drop by a lurk before going. Hey, well, thanks for the lurk. I do appreciate it. It is true what they say. Lurks make Twitch go round. And I appreciate every single one of you. I hope you have a lovely day with the family, my friend. Take it easy. I think we're gonna have to make this one a block signal. Now, if you're a block signal, you're a block signal. And that's a path signal. Let's see here. You're upset because you lead nowhere, and that's fine. Pretty sure this should be cutting this thing in half, and that's okay, I guess. You see, this one goes from path to 2 points. You connecting into there. You should be fine, but it's somehow not dealing with these. Path, path, path. Exits into a block, exits into a block. Could you be the problem? At least part of. Alright, so now that one works and that one works because, you know, they make sense. This one works because it goes into an exit through a block. You go into a path, but the path is unhappy, so if we turn you into a block... So I guess it's this crossing. This here crossover. That's somehow messing it with them, because we remove that one. It remains fine. Yeah, those two being a block is okay. But somehow I guess considers because they cross over here, like this would be, well, a crossing of some sort. But it's, you see, you go to the left, you go that way. It shouldn't be... You're a block signal. You're a block signal. You're a path signal. Now why isn't it cutting it off there though? Or there? And that's one of the weird parts here for me. So now that works. Just gonna see if the green here that it considers these all to be like the same, but the sure shit shouldn't be. So where's the mix-up? So now there's a bit in there. Okay, so now we're sort of cutting into it here somehow. Calling a block signal, bub. I'm the streamer, man. This is my space. I call whoever I want a block signal. I blocked you into this world, I can block you out of it. Now let's have a nice relaxing tea. I can only assume it has something to do with weird angles. So let's see if that is actually the case. So what if we would somehow successfully bring you here, and from there you kind of connect. Can't do that. To there, just like you connect there. Come on, block signal goes there, and now you're all unhappy again. There you go. Then path signals. So you come in here. from behind a path signal. Go here into another path signal. That's a block signal, yeah. So, but they, of course, they need to be. You could technically be a block signal. And now it's fixed. So I think it was the angles being. But no, they were like in opposite ways here as well. So you come in here, and you go out from here. So now we need to have a closer look here. So why is this good? When the previous was bad. Was it one of my entry points actually that was somehow so fucked? Because if we remove, say, this one, and that one, and I do that, and block signal there, okay, now that works. So we undo that one more time. Now I connect you to here. Put in 2 more block signals. And now they all work the way I hope I wanted them to. So now it was the one here that was messing it up because it had a shared. Yeah, okay, yeah. There we go. I fixed it. I found out what the problem was. Can make a train station pass through. If it lets you say they put the station under the truck line entirely with the already path. Oh, with Gimstock. I guess we could, but the thing is just because of the height I have with everything, it won't really fit. And because the train station is like, you know, poorly angled for this one. It'll work better with the roundabout because it has the full 90. But the problem was because I kind of want the elevation to remain as is, so that's why I'm sort of like just planning on how I'm going to fit all this. All right. So I'm going to put the block signal there, so I can get rid of that one. It's 2 hours already. Oh, diggity dog. I want you there. Why are you now being a heckin' problem? There we go. Was it just too close to this one? Might have been. Or then, yeah, the lack of this thing. Right. Oh, right. Alright, shit works. Now this idea of taking a perfect design and make the road a bit higher and the train blueprint wide enough to fit a station on each side. Still be a straight line. Oh, 100%. 100% doable. Yep. I could have done it here as well, pretty much, I guess, if we would have just shoved this thing slightly further this way. Yeah, and then just have the train sort of follows, goes in line, out a little bit, goes to the station, goes back in. Or then, after that one, there's a roundabout. Yeah, roundabouts in both. There's roundabout, inline station, and roundabout, and it comes back. That's sort of what I was imagining here. So we could then, you know, shove this a little closer. That's a bit much. So somewhere in there is where we could put it. Which means, but then you're sort of like not angled with the foundation. But then again, the foundation are following the road and the train logic. Exactly, because you already have the beautifully roundabout design, which fits. Well, thank you. Yeah, the roundabout needs to be bigger though. Or then, yeah, just further down the train higher up, and then you could 100%, yeah, because if you then it was actually like close to the pillar itself, you'd have it around about, let's say there, which from the roundabout itself would be just a small nudge out. Might not even need that one, so you can have it go like straight from there to here. Well, Kim. We might have to do that now. So it goes, yeah, from roundabout, then goes down, into the station, goes up the roundabout, and back to the tracks. And if it was higher up, we could even have the station be like below the tracks, and then there'd be an alternate track goes above. Ceiling? Oh yes, you should go ahead. Yeah, because this way we could then have one like train track that goes like above the stations. Then you have one that goes slightly to the side, goes a little down, and then goes down here to these train stations. But yeah, the problem for me right now is the elevation. If we had more, we could. Because this way we can then have one train track go that way, but okay, the idea for this place was to be an end station kind of thing. Okay. So if we go with that one, then instead, let's see here. You would, on a straight line, yeah, you'd be going sort of here. And from there you can go down. Okay, it goes a little bit into the pillar here, but we can probably work around that. It'll be fine. Then it'll be fully in line with the station. I can take a couple of nudges out, I guess. Might clip into there, but that's not that bad. half nudge. That would be probably the best. And then if we go up, we are at... Ooh, okay, that is a doable one, because now we're at, like, at the seam between the foundations. If it's stealing, if I say it out loud, wink wink, nudge nudge. No, it isn't. It is reclaiming your inspirational work, I guess. Okay, so if we go with that idea, and we undo all this hard work we just did. Okay, that's the way that we roll, yo. This one has a good old placeholder. Actually, how like bendy can we get with this one? And with here, we'd be... Let's see, where was the... height would be there. Okay, train station has to go a lot further forward now, but that's okay. Which kind of means we could go slightly more to the left, but we won't. Let's see. That looks like... we won't be hitting the bugger. And... oh. Let's try it again in a way that makes a bit more sense. There we go. And then we find the perfect sort of angle here. Oh, technically, I guess we can go this high up now. Yep. Excellent. Just made my day. I think for the time I actually dreamed design. Couldn't really think it out myself. Well, thank you. No worries, friend. That's what we're here for. Helping each other out, eh? So that'll be the height. That means we need to go a lot more forward so that we have the limestone mine there. Probably won't need to go much further than this one, but let's just... now we need the schoolie poop because the other one is there. Click. There we go. I'll get rid of you. High enough for not touching the miner. No, I don't think you will be. Miners are actually very tall. There you see. But shoving it further that way means the train track can get past, like next to the miner. So that'll be fine. Yeah, I just need to go and remove the nubbin. There we go. Alright. Yep, we can work with that. We can work with that. And that determines the closest point. So it'll come down all nice and neat. Yeah, yeah, oh, get in there, oh, heck yeah. No, yeah, this is 1, 2, and then 1. So now we know you, it's time to whip out the chainsaw, I guess. Mode of singles, so we gotta go remove this tree. And this tree. You get to live. Everything else gets removed as needed, if needed. Listen to you well soon, Tom. For a little variety. Looks so good. Yeah, it's gonna be neat. Neat as all heck. At least hopefully. And we can probably sneak in some thing that looks like supports here. Yep. So 1, 2, 3. We did 4, and that would be enough for 2 cargo stations, and then the stop itself. Then we check out under transport the train mix station. You go there, then we have freight platform. ×2. Railway connects. I don't think the road's gonna go further that way. So in that way we could do a sort of final T crossing here. You'll come out 1, 2. Oh well, no biggie. We'll just go around the pillar. It'll be fine. Let's make a roundabout. Yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't be sort of in line with that one. That means, though, we'll have to add one more. Take down this one. Yeah, okay. Let's see how that one works out. So then we remove this one, being the blueprint. We take that one down just a little bit more. See here. Connect the power. Oh, and yeah. BRB, hey, no worries. Take it easy, my friend. Then we find on the blueprint, we find the train roundabout. Bragging. Anyways, dude. Good morning, Nocturus. Hope you're doing good. So it'll be something like that, but I think we can make it a little tighter. Meaning, if we add one of those. But then we don't have this sort of angle change happening in the roundabout, but outside the roundabout. And there we go. Alright, now what is the distance between these two? There's 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 1, 2. Can't make quite perfectly. What we'll have to do, we can do a funny thing, I think, with no, yeah, bastard. I mean, then again, I guess we could just try to like connect it all the way. Want to be a train or train stop? Hey, no. Oh no, I should have turned that one off. Well, Nocturus, you can be this one. Nocturus concrete. No, it's got Nocturus concrete. Exports. There you go. Gotta make it nice and golden too. Nice bling. Oh yeah. Okay, now for this one I'm thinking that I kinda wanna, I guess we'll just see if we can I keep on hearing like beastie noises. But I do not see the beastie. Is it you? Bouncy friend? I don't think it is. Sounds like a hatcher. Oh well. Love it. Glad you like it. Okay, a long track back. Turn you into path signal, and then those get happier. There we go. Now it's got a block signal and everything. So now we have, yeah, train comes in. Train goes out. Path signal there. 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 You're not angry. All that is working. You're angry though. Why are you angry? That's why. Fixed. Nice. Okay, excellent. And this way, yeah, your production will then go this way. You can pull in other stuff. Okay, so now we have power and export, an export station. But part of me does want to see about having a look-see here. If we do one of these and followed by one of these. Would almost, but only almost work, but it would work better, I guess, if we did this. There, so it doesn't look like it's coming like straight into, you know, nothing. It ain't much, but it's something. Also means time for some zooping. And we'll see if that helps us with our production. Miner Mark II. Nice. Oh, look at that. It's almost at a... Here, have a Mark IV. Why not? What are you even... You're putting out 60 a minute. Well, we can always improve that with magical shards, and especially if we then also get some more milestones done, then we can unlock our way all the way to Manufacturer Mark III. There we go. Okay, okay. Now, we're not exporting limestone, we're exporting actual concrete, which means that we need to build the actual concrete factory. An actual concrete factory will need the water imports, which means, yeah, we're gonna pump up some more liquids from here, We can have the water pumping happening, you know, all over here, and it'll be just fine. Excellent, excellent. And that means that you gotta go. Now let's see, how do we make these meet? I mean, I guess we can use the same thing we had on the other side. So if we do number 8. One of those there. One of those there. Break those two down, we get down to Funky Town. Already looks nice, but might as well just put all of these in and make it all look a little pointy. Oh. And then, my friends, yes, we do the inverted ramp. We zoop it. I was wondering if we could have the corner. Oh no, a corner thingy here, but we can't really, because then that would mean the concrete starts turning here, and then yeah, don't like how that would you know fit with the whole thing. We can absolutely do these though. The whole thing looks somewhat more intentional. Then it's time to mess around with some architecture stuff. So one of our options would be then, of course, you have good old big pillar support. You know, it should look neat and all. But having them just in the middle. You know, yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that. That is A-okay. I say yes, I'm okay with this. So the new concrete comes out, and we could be sending it, zooming it that way. Zoom on in, yeah, there's one concrete there, one here, one here. We can then pump these things in, and we have the other factory cells somewhere around here. The map says I've marked a slug here somewhere. I have a sneaking suspicion I've actually picked that one up. Certainly it looks that way. Well, good thing we checked. Now we can lift, make a click, and remove McStamp. Wonderful. So that's done. These guys are looking cool, Nangon's looking neat. I'm just really happy with how the exports turned out. Oh, there we go. I knew there was something here just nibbling at me. And the pillars are down. This one can get, you know, fancy corners and things. Yeah, we'll figure that one out when we get there. Now, one thing I don't think I much touched is the half foundation. Oh, it's sideways. Look, it's pretty cool actually. Now I want to know, can I put railings on both? I can. can most definitely work with this. Plus, we can have the belt go like along the top here as well. Okay. Nice, nice. Safety first. Exactly. Safety. Yes. Safety first. Gotta keep it juicy. And hey, we're already enjoying them microscaping. Nice. Let's see. Can I... Will the button work? Hey, it kinda does. Nice. I'm also mining some iron. Oh, D's gone. Yeah. Juicy. Now for the concrete, we'll then have to have a look-see at a refinery. I'll just put one down. So I'm pretty sure... There we go. Wet concrete. Now it takes 120 limestone per minute and produces 80 concrete. And each one takes 100 water. Okay, and one water pump takes 120. Which means 5 pumps can feed into 6 of these. That's more limestone than we're taking in, so that's fine. No need to worry about that one too much. So we'll just, yeah, pump out enough water for, depending on how much limestone we're getting. So 120 per minute. This one was giving us 60 as an impure one. We zoom on in, and this one is impure, this one is normal. So 240 in total. So enough for 2 of these, making 160 concrete a minute. And where's the mouse? There it is. We can also pump this stuff in here, but I was kind of thinking we maybe do just locally turn this thing here into... Because neither of these iron ones are pretty good either, especially good. I got dealt with. Oh, it's a normal one, 2 normal ones, and 1 impure copper. We can actually, that's a sort of like all-in-one kind of crater right there. Definitely need to have some kind of factory there. So this one's output gets pumped, say, south. And your output gets sent to the east. They meet up somewhere around here, or on the middle of them, in the middle here somewhere. So we have the space for the water pumps. Yeah, I think we can. Then again, I don't want to have these things too far away. Now, here's a funny idea. What if I put you here? And concrete pillar as a pathway. Huh. Almost kind of works, except it doesn't, because there's a tiny little gap that we can see through. I don't like that one. But what if we then put in there some round like concrete? Yes. Well then, well, that makes the whole railing not work. But what if we replaced the industrial railing, modern railing? 'Cause I think this one has like a chunkier bottom. No, still not quite enough. Now a blueprint for a belt on the road pillar. We don't need blueprints for that. We just go crazy with it. And the roads are hollow exactly so that we can hide, you know, some spaghetti inside. This one was just a wild idea I had. Whoa. Yes, we can work with this, can't we? Give me your sweet, sweet berries. There's the second node. Now, while I'm enjoying what I'm playing around there with the half foundation, I'm still gonna have to make it a proper one. Because one problem there with this one is that as a wall, I think this could be pretty cool. You know? That makes a very cool wall compared to your normal blank side. Holy shit, that looks good. Well now. We're gonna have to do some shenanigans at some point. Because I made those like giant, you know, monolithic walls of concrete. When we go down a sort of like natural cliffside, like no, I want my belt to go straight down. So now we gotta figure out a way to sort of like shenanigans, move these in to the side just a wee bit so they like fit in just nice. Oh. I see some DNA donations. Thank you. Any more? Taking all donations. We need points. I want those golden nuts. These nuts are made for golden. And that's just what they'll do. And one of these days, these nuts are gonna decorate your shelf. No, it's okay, it happens. There we go. Got distracted by the berries and murdering the locals, as one does. Like any true colonialist, the locals had to pay the price. What were we buying? I don't know, but they were locals, they had to pay a price. It's the rules. Forgot the road to Hollow for that exact reason. Yep. Because you never know when, because I can't have, because the nodes are like spread out. So that's why I wanted the road to be hollow. Because no matter what I do, I can't have them sort of perfectly going from point A to point B for every single node. So there's going to have to be some kind of shenanigan happening with belts at some point. And that's why the roads have to be hollow, because some spaghetti will happen. Like, for example, we can have this here node of limestone be going, like, because there's the belt, the road goes above here. So this one could be going into the road, then all the way down here to join the concrete factory. So that way this concrete factory still remains at, you know, its own sort of logics in one place. So we don't need to have multiple concrete factories. And then we can even then ship some of the concrete we make here back. Or, yeah, because if we want to make steel here, because we have iron and coal right next to each other, so we can make steel. The limestone goes down here to be turned into concrete, then gets sent back up. Because we could make the connection via, say, you know, truck. But I don't want to have too many trucks, especially for something like that. I'd rather like send something else. It is a tiny complaint, but I always lament the loss of the style of the rebar gun when I graduate to the rifle. I miss the steam gauge, the levers, and, well, the exposed rebar. Yeah, I mean, that's why explosive rebar is your friend. You just have to have your you know, becomes a more specialized tool from the everyday tool. But I do get it, yeah. It's very Fallout 3, in my opinion. You know, the first 3D Fallout happened, and then it had a very much a strong, similar vibe to the rebar gun. It is a fun one. And it shines so nicely. That is why the Omni tool is in fact the mug. Now that one is... Alright, let's see here. In order to get these to match up again, we do one of those. We break you down, we click number 7 to get the foundations. Exactly, the foundations are the most important ones. Don't believe me, ask your mother. She knows. And we take out our production and our Miner Mark II, and come on. Well, surely that's not too high. There we go. Oh yes, you just have to aim at it, sort of sneakily. There we go. You get to live for now, because I'm not sure how I'm going to make it all work. Because I might, in fact... No, this one. Do it like that. Gotta do it dirty. Then we can do one of these. So we switch. Oh, look at that. It's almost like I planned it. I didn't. I hoped. I had no idea if that would actually work. But I definitely hope for the best. Alright, alright. Alright, so we have these two now, and then we zoom on in, and the next one would be up here. So the question is, do we go south, connect here, and then we have the sort of factory here? Which means there'd be some slight spaghettification of stuff. Wait a minute. We could continue that road south, then have a crossing where this one connects into there as well. It would give us even more of a sort of like the urban grid hellscape of roads, which is kind of what we're going for here. Just like that road can now connect to here. Yes. Yes. Because there's all these nodes around here that need to be having some sort of production facilities. I mean, need. They might end up with. Yes. Yes. You got it, chat. I'll do it. I'll do it for you. You are the only one who loves me. Right. Wham. Okay, we're going to make like 4 of these before we run out of concrete again. Ah, fudge. Ow.
The man who invented autocorrect has died. Restaurant in peace.
Nice one, couple of snags. Oof. I do appreciate. I do like a good pun. Nothing really beats the noble art of punnilingus. But okay, yeah, so, because part of me was first thinking, like, oh, I don't want to, like, continue the roads there, because, what's the point? Like, do they, like, serve a function? And then I sort of looked at this, sort of realized, like, oh, yes, the grid city-shape design, for that, this will be perfect. Right. Okay. Plus, then we can connect that to the road, pretty much, and then, like I said, like, hide some of the spaghetti in here. And instead of having this here path go across, plus also, yeah, we do have the roundabout, so then the train connections can also keep going. So if we play around with that idea, oh no, you'll have to. Well, I mean, you'll. Oh, you're safe. You have chosen your place of growth. Smart enough. Right. And then that would be, yeah, 1 block, then the, yeah, in-betweener friend, heckin-tastic. Now, that means Do I need a bypass road for through? No, we don't. There's enough bypass. I don't need that kind of train efficiency. No, sir. No, we do not. This ain't Factorio. With the blueprints, train block pillar, we zoom on up. Ooh. I love it when shit just works. If someone trained coming from there wants to go over there, they'll just have to go past here, all the way there, and go around. It'll be fine. One pretty things, exactly. Yeah, that way we can probably... Okay, yeah, okay. Then we bring in the... limestone here. We put down a couple of water pumps there. So the factory would be sort of here. I mean, if you get to turn around, face that way, you come in from there, and then the limestone there would either... I mean, we could actually have that belt go like with the wall attachments along the pillars, like below the road here, because that could look fun as well. It's more like the long distance crazy spaghetti that will hide inside the road, but no short distance, mild spaghetti. A nice mild pasta. I find that acceptable. We wait for the concrete to start building up. I'm going to steal some of those just into my pockets. And we look at our... Yeah, it is under production, yeah. Now here we find the water extractor. Oh. Yeah, the math was for these, 2 machines would be enough. Okay. Oh, they're gonna have stacked ones. Yeah, so the belt comes in, can have the belts, I don't know, stacked to slightly higher or something. And the water comes in to a stacked sort of water container. Oh wait, no, the water can go on a stack on top of a normal belt. The standard belt is like along the ground, the first stacked one goes above it. That way those 2 then come in. And here we build, yes, build. The Factory of Destiny and Decimation. We might want to turn that into an angled piece to not hide too much of the rubble there, because, you know, rubble's cool and all. Just like we kind of want to get rid of these. So we don't hide too much of the rock. But that is like when we figure out how do we get the stuff from there and to there. How would then that work if we do here? Oh, just one to the side and it's already looking better. It's that nubbin that sticks out a bit too much, so in that sense, that would be better. Yep. So it's to hide all this on the road. Yeah, and we can't hide all of it. And the thing is that the road is for like long distance things, and the idea is here now I'm trying to design where the factory is going to be. So the factory would be here. The limestone comes here in various places, possibly also through the road. We could have a sort of like hole there where the limestone work comes down. I guess in that way we could have that guy's output be shipped into the road, all the way down, and then down again. So this would be the only sort of local one. I mean, I guess we could actually then also then ship the concrete bags inside as well, because then we can have a floor hole solution here somewhere. That'll be tricky with the pillar, but it's not impossible. A couple of floor holes, stuff comes down, goes inside the freight platform. So if you spin it around, right round. So its refilling would be not on this side, but on this side. Then they could be filled. Well, hot diggity dog, you got me convinced. We're doing that now. Well, nothing impossible. And worst case scenario, we'll just move the entire pillar one step to the left, and it'll be fine. Feels like a villain moment. Yes, yes. Well, the design. The local population must die. So it can be a bit of a villain moment. Yes, it's very true. Oh, I can have water extractors here already? I kind of like him there, though. Yeah, water comes in, nice and flat. Ah, of course. Of course. Now, see, we find this one. Yeah, looks slightly more intentional. And then, how do we... I mean, effectively, we just need... Was it 2 refineries? So if we plan on just 2 refineries... We gotta get rid of this coal. Now we do have okay, we can always then add charge, expand on this thing. remember, yeah, we don't need these to be 2-meter ones. We only did that for the height of the top. There we go. Which means we can try this one for a more dramatic drop, which is much closer to what I was hoping for. There we go. There we go. So now it looks slightly more, you know, less sharp. And all in all, we need just 2 of these refineries. Inputs here and there, yes. One of them effectively goes through the 2 impure ones and one with 1 normal. Or we'll put 3, no, put shards of the 2 impure ones. Output was 80, wasn't it? Now 2 of those 2 would be 160, and 3 would be 240. And 240 is a good number. I like 240. Why? Well, no real reason, to be honest. Just genius times. Now we go the good old standard coloration. It'll be 1, 2, and 3. This means we need 3 McPumps. Which means slight changes in angling, but that's about it. Then output comes here, they all share together, go here, up into the road. Output from here comes down, gets split. Ooh, and perfect. The 1 splitter into 3 factories logic also works. Hey there, crab thighs. Hope you're doing well. No seeing you around, friendo. Hope you're all having wonderful weekends, everyone. So let's put those limestones out from our pockets. And yeah, we'll figure it out. It'll be fine. Let's see here. See here. An impure one. So 2 power shards. There you go. Now you're outputting nice full 120, which is enough for one of these machines. We'll do the same for the other guy, whose output will be coming through there, and you'll be... We'll figure it out when we get there. Same much for that one. Oh. How embarrassing. Under logistics, we find, yes, the wall hole. So might as well put... sort of arbitrarily there. Excellent. Don't need to worry about that too much then. Okay, so I think it'll be... yeah, Inputs is 120, so technically a Mark II will be more than enough. There we go. And there we go. So now they would have the limestone coming in, as long as it's coming in from there. Which does make... That means we could add a fourth one. Put charge to the normal, and that would be worth 2 as well. So then those three, that one doing 120, that one doing 240 would be enough for these three, and then this one just runs a fourth one. See? Nice and easy. Then it's 260, 300, and 320. Hey there, Awkward Antonia. Hope you're doing well. I hope everyone's having a wonderful weekend. Now, then technically we could put some shards in these to ramp them up to put out the 400 water we need. There we go. Or we spread them out a little further that way. I'm wondering if we... Oh, these can't be nudged? What kind of... Oh, I forgot about that one. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. We just do then some soupy magic like that. Number 7. 400, so we'll do a Mark II pipe. With straight connection. Like that. One, two, three. Now each one only needs less, so we can do that. fake it. Mark IIs. Now, how do we then bring power here? I guess we'll do it. Huh. With, you know, power poles. Here's a little idea I want to try. So what if we try out this thing we were looking at earlier, where we would use a zoop and a concrete pillar to be a sort of localized support. That actually looks pretty dang cool. Sometimes having those full foundations feel a little, you know, excessive even. Yeah. I do also enjoy the rounded corners because yeah, sometimes those like really sharp corners can get a little, you know, jarring, if you will. Now I'm thinking I could probably get these to be slightly closer. And I find that ultimately quite acceptable. So you could connect to there. Yeah. All right. And at this point, let's see here. Your outputs go here, they go beneath here, and then they go up and they reconnect. That's the idea, at least. So then we'd have wall hole. Kind of there. There we go. God dang it. Push the wrong hicking button again. There we go, there we go. Oh. Then we do pillars. Yep. We'll look at architecture, we'll look at thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. So it's either, you know, you through here or there or there. Let's find out. Which one would fit better? And then you would zoom across pretty well. Some slight cutting into it. But alas, you don't actually, you know, meet up with yourself, which is very tragic, which means that funny solution can't be done. It would be nice if they would somehow, you know, would have made these things that clip on would actually follow some of the other bits, you know, it's saying. Come on. Also off by like a quarter. Except to clip him. Yeah, shame they didn't meet up. Yeah. That is very true. You wouldn't have like meet up with this one somehow. In some weird way. You kinda look like you might. Oof. Height-wise, yes. I mean, almost, apparently. Man. That would have just been fun. Instead, we'll just have to do a little bit more the old-fashioned way, I guess. 1, 2, 1. There we go. Wait. Nope. Can't be done. Just wondering if that would have maybe fit, but alas, it was not to be. I wish you could use. I wish there was a stairs version for this thing. Now I'll have to see if we can make it meet a catwalk. Just makes them all look so weird. So how would be a ramp? Well, the ramp would ramp, I guess. At least a little bit. There. That sort of matches it. Well, guess we'll redo the entire thing now. Oh, perfect. And here's, well, yeah, you never actually go straight through a door into something like that. So be up by one, then you go up. And then we get the corner T-junction straight. There. Then we've got a wall here with a door. And okay. Yeah. Well, before we get too crazy with that, let's see about getting some of these done. And yes, we can daisy chain, but I don't want to. Man, it's hot here. I'm like getting all sweaty. It's so tropical. I'm in, you know, freaking Finland. Southern Finland still, but still Finland. And it's like, oof, damn, it's hot. Damn you, global warming. You're making me uncomfortable. You know, when, you know, and not in any fun way. Tragic. Southern Finland, towards the Baltic Sea. Yeah, on this southern coast. Pretty much very close to the southern coast. Like I can't like see the ocean from there, but it's, I don't know, half an hour drive south, and we'll be on the coast. More facing Estonia than Sweden. But not by much, to be honest. There we go. And then I think we're gonna have like power coming into like the top of the building, I feel. And then from there, like through the roof into here. We can have a lot of the like rear parts be more open. We only really need walls up here because we put in doors and stuff. And for the beams to sort of make a bit more sense. Then I might too. That looks about right. There we go. Then we can have a catwalk connection to the train station or something. Just, because we can. Pretty much. Not because we need one. How would this look if we had like you trying to connect from there to there? Otherwise good, but we can't go through this wall. I want to go through that corner. So it'd be more that. Okay. Yeah, looks about right. Oh well, it was a fun idea. There we go. I'll have to do more like, yeah, this. And yes, we've done this before, but I'm doing it again because I don't like these sort of like angled walls to open up the whole thing a little bit. So like we could do that. And that. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Alright, and if we have this one here, I think that would work pretty much. Yep. Hey there, puppy. Nice seeing you around. Hope you're doing well. Hope the pals have been kind. And hope the pot has been full. And I guess we'll have to do a mirror of that thing over on this side. And... right, yeah, how do we get power here? We could just... oh, that's one way. Now let's see here. If we try to make one of these... here, how would you... but I hope you're doing well. Hope you're all having a wonderful time. When we look at architecture, we find from here the wonders of catwalks. We put in a catwalk corner right there. And the question is, do we want the stairs to like already go down from here, or do we... oh. So I was thinking... we gotta now try to do, how about something more like that? Come on. Now this goes up and it follows the wall, and the idea was that we then have a sort of side thing on the side here. Nice, but struggling on all levels, but hanging in there. Big puppy get what? Mwah. Do as well, my puppy. Yeah. Life can be rough, especially now with the heat and the summer and everything. You sort of like emphasize stuff. For me, it is also the whole like, you know, the approaching birthday is a sort of, what's the word? Existential crisis in it by itself. But yeah, it can be rough. The power line comes down from there. Okay, rough. But take care of yourself, friend. Yes, very rough. Nice. Very rough. Rough indeed. It's very true. Well, booger. Well, the idea works. So we'll just do it again. Facing the other way. And it'll be fine. Yeah. That's why I like games like this. Also I like games like Pal World, because you can just sort of lose yourself in just building stuff, doing cool things. And wonderfully enough, there's so many people who enjoy the same stuff. So it's, in that way, easy to find someone to, you know, share your enthusiasm with. And of course, I should very much get back to the whole game doing stuff with, you know, proper creations instead of like these just in-game fun things. Even though these are also fun. Then ramp. Yep, doesn't clip through. Here's mild clipping, but nothing we can't handle. There we go. So then we can bring a power line along here, and it will hopefully be sort of at least semi-logical-ish. Alright, they start absorbing stuff. This one is getting things. Stuff is slowly but surely getting ready to be made. Now we gotta finish up these walls. Ah, right. Something fell down. I was like, what the hell just happened? And for that, I guess we could... let me go here instead. Come on. There we go. Ooh. Got there. Wasn't even worried. I'll zoop these walls to there, the whole wall, wall hole, and the wall hole. Everyone's favorite hole in the wall. And well, this one. Hey, look at that! Nice. I love it when things kind of work. Hopefully, they will continue kind of working. All right. One ramp wall. Copy of inverted ramp. Alright, so that needs a small adjustment, but nothing too crazy. There you go. It's working wonderfully. There you go. 120 is the maximum this thing is outputting, so no point in having a belt much faster than that. There we go. Okay. So, let's see about the front then. There you go, zooming across. Now that wasn't intentional, but now I'm looking at it. It looks kind of interesting. What if we make that something like that, like a glass roof? Huh. That looks surprisingly cool. Now what are you looking over? Stuff. Still neat though. Probably thinking like, well, what if we just... Nah. Nah. We do need something here. Like, we can have more of these, pretty much, just... Oh, not... Or not. That works, that works. Wonder how many objects you have built over the course of this game. It's more than 3. I would yes, 1, 2, 3, many. Lots. I'm pretty sure I'm in the level already in the range of lots. At least I'm fairly certain. Now, we have the crossbeam. How about the... I probably should have looked at these beam supports earlier. I kind of forgot that they were a thing. They look kind of neat. Now, how about you just classic metal beam here then at the top? Or the painted one? Painted one is a bit too chunky for what I want here. So go with the standard metal beam. So metal touch beams. There we go. With a good old connector. Connector. And then one of these. No, more than one. Yeah, like that. Now we can have a wall, but I don't think we will. What we will do is have a beam. Well, that looks insane. So how would that look then? Okay, I'm seeing that. I remember the first time I had that thought. Playing Factorio, I zoomed out, leaned back, and realized just how many things were doing something in my field of view, and how many more were doing something that I couldn't see. Spectral numbers flew about my head, and the camera zoomed into my moodily lit, unblinking eyes. Yeah, happens to you every now and then. Good old whoa moment. And you're like, oh no, have I Have I gone too far? Or have I not gone far enough? Okay, I'm digging this one. Definitely digging this thing. And then we can change these tiny ramps into big ones. We scootly poop you up there, and we zoop you all the way down. Well, first we zoop you just there. And this is why it takes me so long to get into nuclear power, because build a quick little concrete factory, in and out, 5 minutes. Then like decorating, adding details, designing it all on the fly, as I do. More like, how did those superheroes code this? That is very true. Factorio is a marvelous piece of engineering. I think that looks neat. I'm gonna leave then this back half like unroofed, because that's where the chimneys are and things, That makes sense, right? So we just put one of these there. Then we have, because while we're here, let's have a look-see at the wrong button. Realize our mistake, jump into walls and find some funny looking windows. Now, I like clipping these windows into each other, so this one I'm wondering, like, should I put these? Now, we can't put anything there because, well, they would stick out. So that'll have to remain as a truly open window. So then, again, wrong button. We can look at the like honeycomb frame windows, which look interesting. Identical buildable already built there. And then this one would go. Why would this one work? Not this one, not that one, not this one. But this one would say yes. So the hex frame window, I guess, would be in the same path as the full frame window. Oh wait, is that? Yeah, because some of these are like much more stuff. Because these would be fun and all, but would they like stick out poorly? Now let's build some and see. So I kind of like the whole, proper sports structure. Every now and then I like to enjoy my giant windows. That is clear, but they often get a little hidden, whereas this one is just neat. Plus we can have some here. No, we can't actually have that one there. We could have some here, but it would very clearly now not follow the pattern on the right side. Oh, actually it accidentally looks really cool because of the... Oh, I gotta remember that. Look at that. You get that like ziggy-zaggy pattern if they're like offset by a half wall. Well, we can't do that with the way we built the roof there, but definitely something worth remembering. How many equivalents of the entire computer budget for the moon landing are passing before my eyes every second? Funny enough, with Factorio, probably not that much. Because, I mean, yes, now, popular, big budget, but it was, built by proper, just dedicated engineers who just love their craft. It's not like they were making, like Grand Theft Auto 6 or something, where, they're wasting the entire construction budget of, was it the Burj Khalifa, has already been spent. And so far they built something, maybe? No one knows. Something might have been built, but they'll never tell. It's for management to know and for you to pay up front. Oh, wrong one, by the way. The inverted ramp, that's the one I wanted here. Yes. And heck. And yeah. Wait. That can't be. Oh, right. Hmm? Oh, right. Yeah, because, yeah, I forgot about what the heck I'm building here, what I have built so far. You know, that works. Haven't even gotten the freaking concrete brought in yet. A modern calculator, like the one you use in school, has more processing capacity than as the computer for the first moon landing. That's very true. Hey there, Oni. I'm pretty good. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. People don't realize. Yeah, it's not to like mention the computers, the like calculators, but like just everyone has a smartphone. Everyone has a literal supercomputer in their pockets at all hiking times. Mostly used for watching, you know, memes, cat videos, and pornography. Wild times we live in. Wild times indeed. So that is a small concrete pillar. Now, could we get these to clip in a fun way? Now, if we scoot it up by the tiniest bit, kinda, and kinda. Well, then we're left with that funny little gap, which is in many ways less than ideal. Or we do womp womp, and like that. And we're left with a funny little corner thing there, which I think gives a bit closer to an acceptable situation. Oh, and of course, arguing with strangers online. Strangers from other countries who don't give a shit about your local politics, but will gladly troll ya. I'll say, if you'd bring a modern smartphone back to time to take pictures of the first moon landing in the NASA HQ, they'd burn you like a witch. Well, I mean, no, I think they, oh, cool, that's neat, but they wouldn't like, it's not even like a part of that, like a question of just comprehension, like the scale doesn't make sense. They're like, wait, well, how would that even work? Heckin' aliens. But then again, I'm thinking, well, yeah, but it's NASA and Americans, they might burn you. Then I remember, wait, first moon landing. Okay, no, they were still full of, shall we say, rescued Germans. Keeping the science going. We're living the dream. Now, mind you, I don't have a problem with that one. That little historical fact. It's amazing that, you know, scientists got to continue being scientists. No matter what happened in the world in the past. Now, I don't like the Z fighting, but we're never going to come here again, so we're going to have to just live with it, I think. And here's a quick little question. If I... 4 hours... Oh. Oh my. Did you? Come on. Fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Oh. Now, would you? You would, in fact, behave well. Away from the train, you can see inside. Everything's kind of open, so the chimneys, you know, can smoke out. We had like a half window kind of thing, it could be neat, but we don't. See, that would clip through, and then this one would. No, that one can actually get that. You get to stay. There you go. Nice. Then this side needs a catwalk. Corner. Followed by the stairs. Alright. Still haven't figured out what I'm doing on this side. One idea would be something like this. Because it would zoom across. We'll do one more. Now this would be in the same level as that. Oh, hey, it's stairs going into water. We'll just live with that. Because the other option would be stairs followed by a ramp. Followed by these two. Which is a little weird. I guess we'll have to live with it. There we go. One there. One there. Alright. Thing's done. Mind 20 just wanted to check the greenhouse for tomatoes and cube buckets for lunch, and boom, half an hour later. New poor factory looks nice. Thank you. Now we just need to actually get it, you know, fed. So we need to get some rocks in there. And then there's some concrete to come out from there as well. Now here we have like a large frame pillar. Now we'll see here the logistics of a floor hole. So, sport pillar is still there, but now it's like hollow inside, and we see we're using that to bring in the goodies. Wonderful. And similarly, maybe for this one. Then we find the mining machine, the Mark II, and we see would you fit if we spin you. Oh, still fits though. That's good. So cool. I'm glad you like it. And thank you for your assistance and making it all work out. So we can have a. Ooh, nice. So how do we get the power to this thing? We do this, and then we do. Put in the ramps, followed by the corners. Better. No save. Well. So this is rocks. Hmm? Oh man, yeah, okay, we gotta go fix some more stuff. I forgot. That's okay. Let's see here. So this is rocks. Rocks goes here. Yeah. Then we look at our walls. We find the doors. One of those. One of those. There we go. Good old emergency access ladder. And then we'll see if we can connect to there somehow. Huh. Pretty damn close. To the point that we can do that. And call it acceptable clipping. Heck yeah. Nice. And then we had our beam supports, which we can put. I thought we could put there. Huh. Looks good. I'd say this is very much acceptable. And we have enough for... So now that's doing also 120. So now we have enough for 2 of these machines to keep producing concrete. If we ramp up even more, it'll be enough for 3 of these machines to make concrete. In theory. Now this one is fully fueling one of those, so then we still need the one more node, which is there. And all the concrete for too. More concrete than you can possibly imagine. Alright. Now it's getting pretty hot, so I'm gonna have a small break soon once we just connect that final piece of concrete. Well, let's do that one first though. So 1.5. Oh no, I forgot. Wrong jetpack. This thing hacking concrete of all things. At the concrete factory. We do blueprints, we do trains, we do train block pillar. Ah. They'll get to live for now. They get to live for now. They can do thingy. Blueprints, vehicle infrastructure, straight block. 1, 2. I've gone way past the minimum that was required. But we're approaching the point where we can then link that road in, and then the other roads will be linked in when it's time. Grab ourselves a little purpose power slug on the way and start connecting these power lines. Alright. Okay, then the question is, how do we get that from there in like the most sensible way possible? Well, why don't we just, bring it down here and we scoop it up? Or we do something silly. I vote for silly right now. Fine. Change. There we go. Take that, piggy! That was your friend. Unauthorized damage to fix-it property. There's been none of this, and dare I say, none of the others. There we go, Brenda. Yes. Yes.
Cement Massage 2 ABB.
That's very true. That is the brand. The most local of cements. There we go. Quick little area culling. Quick little zooping. %, nice, full to 40, which means you need at least a Mark III. Yeah. Where'd I put you to get you to pick and behave? Alright, then let's look at our walls, friendo. Yeah, I had an idea. Well, they just had to go mess it up. Gatehole wall. Then we look at our 4-meter ramp wall. Look at our here, we look at our walls, our windows, we get a nice clear glass window. Well, it's any reason to build a Something that's convoluted here? Heck no. But I did it anyway, because I like it. Pointlessly excessive in every single way. Not even gonna give it a roof. Just that. There we go. Fucking nonsense. No, is the Mark III actually fast enough for a 4? $270. Yeah, it should be 240. Yeah. There we go. All the bumps look annoying. I will agree. Yeah, Kim Stockholm. Yeah, very annoying. Yeah, it's one of those, you know, it is what it is. Not much we can do about it. But okay, so now these ones will at least slowly but surely find themselves being able to produce a very large amount of concrete. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That was 400. Which means we can, let's see here. There we go. Taking thing works. Love it. Got a new mouse with new buttons. One of them like inbuilt possible macros. So hey, just a copy and a paste. Okay, I'll take it. Very handy. All right, so now the concrete production at least is done. Finally, took us a little while. 4 hours for a 10-minute journey, but it's done. The machine works, and the concrete flows. It is pretty much running at maximum speed at all times. And right now, so are you. All these nice. I think like, it feels like it's missing something, and you know what that is? It's you do a swim or catwalks, but no. Let us try to control ourselves for a little while. What does the pipe take? The pipe brings in just water, because we're making wet cement. Wet concrete, the alternate recipe, where we take limestone and water to make more concrete per limestone. So just, more efficient. Now the way this works now, we're now putting the concrete that we're making into into the last one. I'm thinking we might want to like just keep it that way for now. Pipe holds 400 water. Oh yeah, the Mark II pipe holds 600 units of water. So the 4 machines, and each machine takes 100 units of water, 100 cubes of water per minute. So I just downshifted them from 120 to 100. Because I've got the Mark II belt here. The Mark I only takes 300, but this one has a maximum of 600. Yeah, the Mark I belt would be with... Here we go. Yeah, 300 cubics of water, fluid per minute. So that's why we use the Mark II here. So now we should be producing a grand total of 160, 320 units per minute. And that's... yeah. Nice. So we have made a concrete factory. The Noctur's concrete exports. Now we can then send a train that comes here, and it'll have to pick up something else as well, I guess. Because now I'm thinking that because we don't have that much of an aggressive production, we might not need this guy here at all. It might be better to build other stations. So in that way, we could dismantle that entire thing, including then this thing, and put in one of those instead. The gold Caterian finish, of course. So that way we can have a train with, then the front wagon picks up something else, the latter wagon picks up concrete, then they're delivered where they're delivered. But concrete was one of the things we needed. Then we needed steel pretty much. So in that way we could make a steel factory here, then connect those two, or bring in just iron and make the steel here, because with these pure carbons. And then there's a little bit of copper to bring in as well. Got a couple of normal nodes here. I think these are close enough. We're gonna probably import all of these via spaghetti belt or something, or then we make another train station around there that pretty much just picks up the ore, because I'm not entirely certain about the best possible, if I have the best recipes for dealing with the ore. Now that way we can then have another station, or actually then we undo the change that's made, and then we start belting in like the copper and iron ore or something inside the road. The copper ore would probably be pretty smart. There's more stuff over there. So the copper ore could go here then. So this one will be like copper and concrete, because we need copper to make the alkali plates, because we have the aluminum station already exists, so the aluminum will be then imported. Then from here we get copper and concrete, and then iron and steel from other places, because steel at least is being made by a crappy ass factory over there, but it's just not connected to anything, but it is making it. But yeah, like I said, I need to have a small break. So I'm gonna... let's see here. Nocturix concrete exports. Oh, can I? Oh no. Almost. We'll have to resist for now. Might like you all enjoy the view for a little while. But yeah, I gotta go to the toilet, refill my drinks, stretch my legs. Oh man, it's almost been 5 hours. Good time for a break. See you soon, friendos. And I have returned. Quick little jaunt. There we go. And over here, one thing we could do though. It's apparently not that. Well, we didn't need that many. Yeah, that's one of the factory things that we don't have happening. So this one would be made with iron. And other manufacturing, pretty much, yeah. If we bring in copper and iron and stuff, then we can make these there locally. I think we have to do that anyway for quite a few of those a few of the recipes we want to make there. Try one more. There we go. So how many more would I need for a little sneaky little radar tower? Think like what else is around here. Oh, okay, then there's a pure one. We just finished building everything with these three in mind, and there was a heckin' pure node right there. Ooh, a pure Caterium node here as well. So definitely a good idea to then connect the roads and the trains for when we want to bring in some Caterium as well. Now we'll zoom on in here. And these are all iron nodes. Normal, impure. So the equivalent of 120, so 240. Further this way, we'd have a pure one. Okay.
Every day we stray further from nuclear power.
Well, you're not wrong, Cobalt Snacks. But we're working on it. There we go. So we go, yeah, here we go. Pure copper ingot takes in copper and water to make a large amount of ingots. So that way, snask, yeah, because we need those for, well, all kinds of things, really. Now, oh, there's a sloop around here somewhere still, hiding away. One sphere and one sloop. It's gotta be around here. And that one's also a pure node. Okay, the good thing is we have these sort of blueprints. We have the where was also like, let's not then do a multi-material. This is purely then concrete exports, because then we can, if we continue the road further down, we can then spaghettify the limestone to go inside, be brought over from there and from there. So then it's easy enough to ramp up the concrete production for when we need it. Then if the road goes further down, there was the one pure copper node, 2 pure copper nodes, and water. So the question is, do we then ship have like another factory here for the copper? It's not necessarily a bad thing. The aluminum comes from there, copper from elsewhere. Or we have a lot of copper ore being brought from places. We could also do like a more centralized focused copper smelting specifically facility, like for example here, where we just pump in a whole bunch of water and we turn all that into ingots. But then again, that recipe made like 6 ore into 12 ingots, so transporting the ore would be better because it takes less like stack space. Then we bring them here where we have the water output, and here we make the pure ingots. It's about like material density at that point. So yeah, then at this point, then ore would actually be a better thing to ship than anything processed, which does make the whole project a lot easier. That way we can have small train stations here and here, one for copper, one for iron, pretty much, and then just somehow sneakily belt a whole bunch in there. Excellent. We have a plan. Make train station here. Or yeah. Okay, that means one. Oh, also, and that means we can get rid of you completely, pretty much. And have a second roundabout. You can remain as you are for now. I'll seal some concrete. Put 2 stacks back. Or 4. Supercomputers might as well be. As I attempt to upload. There we go. Now, let's see. I think this would work the same way, right? So we'll do trains, roundabouts. Okay, so these, it's too long. Except, yeah, nope. We're gonna have to make it work, so. So continue this thing. I'd say that should work. Well, not all ugly now. Bugger. Well, we'll just have to live with it, I guess. Very tragic. Now the next train station will then not have to be sort of go down a line like that. There we go, come on, and... Oh, there. Alright, least of placeholder, and for this one, just the train station, and the idea was to bring in copper. Another pure one. Crazy. Do transport. Train station. I think singular wagons might be enough for this one. Means I can do this.
Hydration.
There you go. Oh, well, thank you, Couple Snacks. Appreciate it.
Stop shrimping, Streamer Man.
Oh, no. And I missed it. Thank you, Carb Dice. The 5-stream streak. Nice. Appreciate it. You know what? We'll take it. It's good enough. There we go. Posturing and checking. We make a platform. Yeah. Get the radio up. We change the tape to absolute fix it. There we go. And I think this one will be an upward facing or inverted ramp. Yes, indeed. Alright. Now from here we do the upward facing angle there. Whoop. Not zooping though. Heck yeah. There you go, there you go. There we go. Have an efficient day. Yes, it is. Copper or pickup. E1. East 1. Northeast 1. To be specific. Nice thematic copper finish. There we go. So that would be the kind of blue train station. We put another identical one on the other side, pretty much. Then you know, collect some of these nodes. Vendor logistics, we find our floor holes. There we go. So we can then have a sort of feeding in through here into there as well, potentially at least. There we go. Well, I guess we ain't doing that then. So now we gotta find ourselves a nice little large, big pillar support. There you go. Now everything looks slightly more properly supported. I'm okay with this. So then that means we zoom in a little bit more foundation. There we go. So there'll be one input for the copper. And the closest copper we have to this very specific location will be those two nodes there. So we'll do one to the, well, that one. There you go. Spirit on Numbliscum. Yeah. They do seem to, object to the whole getting Nobelisked. Silly beasties. Don't appreciate a good Nobeliskin. Got our Pro Induction Minor Mark II. There's 120. Max it all up to 240 immediately. Why not? I can probably get him to follow the road pillars relatively easily. There we go. There we go. Look at the foundations, look at fucking ramps. There we go. Bam, bam. There. And then power from you. You know what? It's gonna be good enough. So look at architecture, and here we find the round concrete pillar, and there we go. There we go. Come on. Excessively hot weather is an excellent time for nice, delicious Weissbier. You know, I have an idea. See if it works out. But first, we gotta ramp it. Now, the other guy didn't get any ramps, but, you know, we can't all be winners. So I was thinking, I could probably do this. Come on, 20 per minute. Power is connected. Ah, good enough. And there was one over there. Yeah, now it's gonna come along the pillars. Come on. Dogo is saying Burke downstairs. It's understandable. The weather is indeed very, very Burke. Oh, Burke that you could possibly imagine. So then... I've left this one. And then... Yeah. Alright. Not long left. Not long left, come on. Soon all the prep work, or at least some of the prep work will be done. The good thing is that once we actually, because I realized that if we then start importing the ores themselves and we make them into ingots sort of on site, maybe we import like steel, that'll be fine. Because then we can just add more mining things, you know. The industry will... It's easier to expand on something like this. There. Rolling perfect, but it'll hopefully get the job done. 120 minutes. Yeah, too long for that one. Can't read, but I can almost. Thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it, and hope you have a most wonderful day. Well, thank you for that one as well. I appreciate all those follows. They really make it all worthwhile. Let me know that people care. Someone is actually at least somewhat interested. And all this nonsense I'm doing. I find it entertaining. That is in the end the goal here. Let's see, so we can then pull this one here. I think we can make... this one using a 2-meter ramp. So if not... Wait. Why did I think that was a good idea? Right. Yep. You see, those two go away. The one that goes beneath here should be a 2-meter foundation. Then, followed by an inverted, say, 1 meter. So that's more of that, you know, an arch. The way real buildings usually do, yes. That looks adequate. Then we find, under architecture, we find the wonders known as the industrial railings. Underneath the industrial railing, we zoom it up to here and to there. Oh no, they're facing the wrong way. At least these are. And then I've been using a lot of these ramps, but why not do something slightly different and put on some stairs? And that's a good enough spot. And then from here we move on to the side here. Thanks for the follow. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you have a most wonderful day, friend. Now they should be the same, but apparently they're not, so we'll just not question it. It's better that way. It does look like it's going maybe a little up. Oh yeah, so definitely when the larger structure continues down, it's not exactly the same. And oh, we're going in from that way anyway. So then for this one, we could do it this way around. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. I think I did, but just in case I forgot for that third follow, thank you very much for the follow. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you. And I hope you have a most wonderful day. Hope it all works out. Ooh, I think this would be better that way. Oh, yes. So yeah, some spaghetti, but we're trying to minimize the amount of spaghetti by feeding all of this into a train station. And then, of course, having actual, like, roads and train networks. There's not that many trains on the train networks, and all of my trucks are mostly focused on the old town over there. But we are expanding. And the roundabouts are working. Of course, it'll be easier to demonstrate if we had an actual train there, but, you know, we'll get there. It'll be fine. So now we have an export spot here for, you know, I should probably get rid of you. Because I realized that the idea here is pretty good, where we have the lower area exporting the copper ore from there. From all of these, and then we can use the upper hole if we want to by bringing in more of these. These were close enough so we could do it this way around, which is still kind of neat. And by adding railings, that way you can make your sort of just rows of, and you know, railings and foundations make spaghetti look even, you know, your basic spaghetti more intentional, I find, because now it looks like, oh, it's been built for people to be there and be able to, you know, have some like safety structures. So that's nice. And then, yeah, there were iron nodes and things, so essentially we're gonna just have to do a copy of this entire thing right here. Because there's iron to be picked up, and we need the iron ore as, you know, anyway. Because then we have coal. Not on a train, but we do have coal trucks. And plus there's the two pure coal nodes right next to the facility we're gonna build for the Northern Manufacturing, which is the name of the new facility / compound we're preparing for. I've been preparing for a few days now, but you know, slowly but surely we're getting there. Now the next blueprint, we found our roundabout. Build mode is on blueprint. And the good thing is, yeah, because I noticed that I have the same sort of rise. Using the same design here as we are for the the two sides of the track we have there. So just having like two pillars down, and then the blueprint should snap in just right. Just taking a perfect like. Now you would connect here. Now we do have an issue here, which is what if the train is coming from over there that is headed here? Now of course right now it'll just have to come in here, do a little bit of a loop-de-loop, and go in there. And At this point, you know what? We're gonna live with it. It is fine. Absolutely fine. Like, to the point, I'm gonna press the map again, and because there are these nodes here. And then these two. So what if instead of this guy, I can stay there, you know, it's fine. We can always, you know, take it out later. We do what I was saying earlier and do a copy of this thing, but this way. We can do a pretty identical one even by what's taken up with the foundations first for our measurements. So from you, with zoop, it's 1. So 3 zoops, then you go down. This goes down. Yes, the entire back is flat, so of course for that train station being on this side, the other one will have to be, you know, same thing but on that side. So that'll be and the last one there is actually a inverted ramp. That's the word. Yes, that is the word. And then we do this. What do we do? Oh, we realize that we did a mistake. Do our best to hide our mistakes, as one does. Like baking a cake, you know. Sometimes you know, the whole thing looks pretty exploded. And that's what the frosting is for. And the only thing I'm sort of thinking about is no, it'll be fine. We can always expand on it because of the way we built it. So we can just, you know, expand in that direction. This loop goes further there, and then the station itself goes one step further, and we can have another freight platform. Because this thing did fill up pretty fast. But I don't think it'll be, you know, a problem. Right. Come on, you silly goober. There you go. Alright. Now this means that we then find from here under transport, we find the train station. The train station gets roly-poly around until we get it to face the correct direction. And then we realize yet another mistake. So this external was with the station being there in mind, but it is not there, is it? It's here. Which means we do that, and then we do... Come on. That, and then we try again. So the train station should be facing this way. It should be in line with this entire track, which is in the middle of that. I'm mildly annoyed, so let's just fix it. There you go. Whoop. Now the good thing is, when you've just spent a little bit of time in designing something, the building the copy of, you know, their office will be a lot faster. Now if you had larger, you know, platforms for blueprinting, you know, I'd freaking blueprint this entire thing, but alas, 'tis not to be. Now we want the first, so this is where you start. Cool. In line with that one, cool. Which means for a single stop, I'd leave you here. But what if we then, yeah, for this one we assume we're going to put in more of it. So we do then. There, so now you can fit 2 train stops. Now there are a bunch of these nodes here, and I was wondering, like, how do we then sort of neatly spaghettifying them across the desert. And as I'm looking at this, I realize, well, the answer is just put the station itself in the middle. No, it ain't. So, with that in mind, we're gonna go 2 blocks further once more. That'll be 1 and 2. And we could go even further. Yes. So that'll be then 1 and 2. And the keen-eyed amongst you will notice that yes, part of the platform is now on empty space, which is normally it giving you a red alert of saying like, hey yo, you can't build here. We need these for things. Okay, let's do 2 freight platforms followed by empty platform with catwalk times 2. Then hook you up, and we got power, which means I can fly around here much easier now with my hover pack. Inverted ramp becomes an inverted corner. What the frick? There we go. An inverted corner here goes up, and voila. You're upset because of the path signaling being kind of broken, so we gotta put you a signal here. It'll be a block signal. Your signal upset the McSpaghetti for the same reason, because we forgot to put a block signal going in, block signal going out, path signal rejoining the active traffic lanes. You're claiming because, well, I mean, because you know, doesn't really go anywhere. Well, we just do railway. There we go. Why are you doing those weird height things? And technically, that shouldn't be an issue here. Oh, it's, yeah, because it's a freaking ramp down there. Might lead to sometimes the game ending doing weird math. Or just math wrong. Now the thing is, there we go. I want to do this. And you also connect there. So that way, yeah, train can come in here. No, in here, do a round, enters here. And then, no, I mean, what? There we go. My mistake. Let's see here. Let's try again. From you to, like, you would be good, but let's do some shenanigans here with mathematics. So it's 1. 3 would be for 90 degrees, so we'll What I mean by that is, because this should be... Oh, that turns too sharply, you say. So we'll try from here. You see, this thing comes here. And we angle it just right. And... Oh, well, you'll accept that one, so we can do that. And why am I always in readjusting to follow the seams on the foundations themselves? No real reason. It's just, I don't know, ADHD, OCD kind of thing. Goes like, no, it's, but the border's right there next to it. It's gotta go there. Does it affect anything? Nope. But, you know, it's gotta be done. That's the rules, you know. Now we'll do a path signal, then coming in here, because right now this is kind of fucked. So there we go. Now path goes into block. Path goes also into path. Now you should work, so why? You go path into path, block, is... No, entrance is path. There, you see, now it recognizes this as a sort of block, a series of path thingies. Good old train logic. Seems sometimes it just feels a little more confusing like that in, you know, my favorite train game, Factorio. But in the end, it's actually pretty identical. It's exactly the same. It's just the whole 3 dimensions thing. Sometimes just you get a little confused. So okay, now let's run through this again. Train comes in, you can go into there, or you can continue here and bypass the roundabout, take a right into the train station, comes out into the roundabout, and you can head that way. You can also go to the roundabout, do a little loop-de-loop, and then enter the station. So okay. I don't have a way for you to bypass this thing to the right, which ultimately might be a good idea though. So let's see about squeezing one of those in here. So for me it would be 2, 3. So technically, there, that should be a 90-degree turn there. Ah. That isn't probably because that is slightly further away than I was intending. There it was. Yeah, it's funny how sometimes giving a turn more space will make it more difficult to, you know, make work. If you have just the right amount. Because otherwise you'll, you know, because it calculates it in curves, so the beginning of the curve will be not steep enough, and then it starts to steepen as it gets to the end, and then they'll end up having too tight of a turn right there. Alright, now that means you, my friend, will actually be the one who lives here. You gotta go. Path, yeah. And path signals look at only like the future, the blocks from there on, which also has a path. Oh, does the next one have a path signal? It has a path signal. What's the block after that one? Block after that one. So it won't even enter, because it's good for like these kind of things where we have, you know, like what the game calls complex intersections. Oh, would you look at that? It looks neat now. It's got like, you know, right side priority in most directions except for there. No, we now have to put that one for symmetry. Otherwise, we got straight ones. A neat little roundabout. I love me roundabouts. Oh, they warm my sad little European heart. Alright. This one should have been able to do that. Oh, that's okay. There we go. So now there's always a bypass to prioritize turning to the right. The roundabout is full of options, and you can just also keep on going straight forward. I'm almost tempted to like turn more of these like straight track things, just going like trains going from roundabout to roundabout all the freaking time. Of course, that will slow them down because then they will look at all the passing and also then sometimes they oh, there's a train going somewhere else, but it's slightly intersecting with my path. Whereas you just use straight roads, it's just a block. Like, is there a train in front of me? Yes, no, I go. My path looks at, can I get to where I'm trying to go? Alright. Now, that means we gotta get rid of, you, and all of yous. Hold down control. And let's see here. Oh, right, yeah, that's just showing like where which way it would go. The missing system from real life is proceed at caution. You can follow a train slowly in the middle of a block without stopping, but in-game trains speed up so fast, it barely matters. Yeah, and also like proceed with caution would still be because I mean the trains are dumb, and that's like the beauty of it. Like dumb, like they don't make decisions. They like look at just the change, and the signals are the ones who make the decisions. With proceed with caution, the train would have to be aware of its surroundings and look at, is there a train in front of me? Whereas with the signal only looks at what's inside my block, and depending on that, it says to the train if they're allowed to move forward or not. So proceed with caution would be an interesting one, but also I do understand then mechanically it would be a very different beast from how these trains work. I mean, this is me making assumptions. I don't know how they coded these things, but with the signal systems, that is how I assume it would be. But the train just, if it's got a green light, it goes. If it's got a red light, it doesn't. That's it. And then, station. So it follows orders. So then the signal says, is train allowed to go? Yes or no. And then path signals, they just talk to each other, like how far it's allowed to go. Trucks use the same code now and don't rear-end each other. Yeah, exactly. Okay, you got a good point there. Yeah, the trucks don't have signals, so I guess the trucks have the more advanced code where they can be aware of each other and so on. But if they were that, then, you might not even need that many, signals. And part of the fun with trains is the signal system. I am biased, of course, because I like trains. I like trains and games. I like the puzzle. Heckin' delicious. That really was a nice one. Slightly a little bit left. The Blanc 1664 with a hint of citrus. Perfect for a crazy hot tropical day up here in tropical, beautiful Northern Europe. With temperature hits 28 Celsius. Feels like 30. And there's just these never-ending freaking thunderstorms happening right now. So, full-on tropics. Not the weather I'm used to. Let me tell you that much. I gotta say, one of the biggest problems with that I think has led to the largest amount of misunderstandings about global warming and what's the word now, the climate change is specifically the word global warming, because it is technically correct. It is like mechanically what is causing a lot of the bad stuff. but it has confused so much people and led to so much misinformation and so many manipulating types to be able to, well, manipulate people into making bad choices. Because it's not the question of the world gets warmer, it's that the weather gets just increasingly extreme. That's the problem. It isn't like, oh no, it's so warm now. Which is, of course, the warm now is a problem, as we can see in many parts of Europe right now, because it's funny how, you know, some people are like, oh no, well, how come Europeans are having so much trouble now with heat? Don't they have air conditioning? It's like, no, we don't, because we never need it. It's the kind of infrastructure that we don't have, at least in Finland. Similarly, then people say, oh, why would you not have it? And then like, well, why don't you have, you know, how efficient are your snow plows? You know, what is your strategy for getting rid of like tons and tons of snow? And can your buildings even carry that snow? And what happens when snow comes to your country? As we've also seen in the past years in many places. Like the wildest story I heard was from a friend of the stream, Blockdress, who informed me that on winter, on Christmas, it snowed in Australia, which I found insane. Not because it's Australia, but because it's their summer when they have Christmas, because they're in the southern hemisphere. For those who haven't given it a bit of thought, and that is honestly frightening, because that's the thing, and that is why it's always a tragedy that everyone like chasing the whole, you know, short-term profit is like, can't you just look at the math? Look at the numbers. You make a few bucks today, next week they'll lose all their value because, you know, unrest in the world and the world's economics leads to stuff like inflation. So it's everybody shooting themselves in the foot. It's just, well, tragic and silly, and also always a little depressing. I've had the conversation with the missus now a few times. I was like, you know, it's not my job to know these things, and even I can see that this is a problem. So how come the experts are like, no, don't worry about it. You know, stop asking questions and it'll all be A-okay. Always a tragedy. Right, why did that one work? Oh yeah, because it was pointy, that's why it worked. But this one isn't pointy. This one is specifically not pointy. So I want these to be pointy. We can have a foot there, and then we have 3 pillars, and we have a couple of there as well. And yep, I whooped. Terribly sorry about that. That's horrifyingly embarrassing. If you don't know what just happened, that's okay. Don't ask questions. It's better that way. The less you know, the less I can hurt you. Ooh, I think that could look pretty neat. Yeah, and this is why I still haven't made it into nuclear. Cause okay, quick, we just need a little bit like, you know, just infrastructure to bring in some copper, some concrete and all that. And I spent hours and hours on decorating this stuff. Which I will 100% admit won't affect anything. Except I think it's neat. And ultimately, that is the only reason we really do things, isn't it? Because I wanna. Doesn't matter what your other like explanations are, like, oh no, it's the right thing to do or something. Like, well, yeah, but why? Because I wanna do the right thing. I want people to see me do the right thing. It's, you know, for a lot of y'all, good old virtue signaling and all that. Now, mind you, virtue signaling is not necessarily, it's not a bad thing. It's just an analysis of behavior. Oh no, I'm inside the boombox. It's always funny to see people who, you know, they cry or criticize other people's behavior or choices. And like, oh no, but that is just like, I don't know, like based on this bias, or it's somewhat inefficient, or it's, you know. Let's see here. Sorry, I got confused again. Alright, I just realized it's kind of funny. I'm apologizing for forgetting about the random tangent I'm going on. Huh. Do you think one more left? Nope, 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 nope. We're gonna go with this. We're kind of gonna call it organic design. And it's gonna be heckin' amazing. But yeah, people think like, oh no, because your bias is because of these or something, or is this like, you know, like, yeah, virtue signaling or something. It's like, yeah, okay, yeah, cool, but that's just an analysis of how human beings act. Nothing wrong with it. The wrong thing comes in if you don't understand, or like you're unwilling to, you know, admit it, or like just understand why you do something. Self-awareness is an important thing in life. An important skill, an important thing to practice. No one's perfect. No one should be expected to be perfect, but everyone should be doing their best to be better. At least that's my humble opinion. You know, we're only here once. So might as well do our best to be the best us we can be. So this would then be iron ore pickup and E1. And coloration wise, we're gonna go jump into unpainted, I think. Right? But then again, I do like my basic colors here. But okay, with the other ore as well, we went for the copper, but this is like the closest I guess we have. Because the chrome one is just... it's maximizing the shininess, which means it eventually ends up being just mostly black. Carbon steel is nice and black steel-like things, which is cool and all. We're gonna go with unpainted for the iron ore. There you go. That way we can have an iron ore train that can also, you know, remain unpainted. And most likely we will not ever be using all of the space for the train, but it's better to build too much space than not enough. And that one has now space for more concrete pickups, and we have now found 2 pure limestone nodes that I completely missed. At least the one up there will be easy enough to like bring in through the freaking road. And honestly, we could just build another one on the other side of the road, because then we could just get the output from that one as well into here and into there, and it'll be heckin' grand. For now, though, let's do this. Also, I really need to go and find me some more hard drives because of the whole... I don't have a good alternative recipe for making iron ingots. I really wish I could get the pure one. But for now, this will do. So we have iron. That can be picked up there and there. Potentially even there. Zoom on it. So many iron nodes. We have 1 normal, 2 normal. That's a pure one. 2 impures. Okay, so these are all belted into the middle, and then up here, you do get belted together and get up from behind. Wow. There we go. There we go. Then yes, I do believe it's in the description as well. Armchair philosopher galore. This would work. Yep, perfect. Center logistics, we find the good old sweet, delicious conveyor floor hole. And then under them we do the lift. At Mark 5. Filling into the first one. Now we got the sands are this high. We could either. I think play with foundations or play with catwalks. Seeing as a lot of that will be coming from this way. We're gonna get rid of those two. And let's see here. Now this one is on the grid. This one is not. This one is following the grid of road and train. This is following the grid of world. So if we follow grid of world, we'll actually get acceptably well facing that one. Most acceptable indeed. So we zoop it. Zoop it before you poop it. There. Nah, I think this look better. There we go. And we default that one there. Heck yes, friends. Heck and yes. There we go. Then we look at the architectural options. We look at our industrial railings. Because I like them. I'll put some there. And we'll put some here. Happen to be sort of that means we could do a catwalk connection down here, which of course achieves nothing other than, you know, it looks cool. And I might not be the best follower of the creed, but I do my best. Do what I can to follow, prioritize the rule of cool. And a part of that will always be, and should be for everyone who wants to follow the rule of cool. Have your own tastes. The classic truths. Cool people don't try to be cool. They just are cool. I do believe it is there's a word for it, the sort of the cool paradox. You gotta, it takes hard work to be cool. But to be truly cool, you have to then, not try to be cool. And the very attempt diminishes the very nature of coolness. True coolness is intrinsic and comes from the sort of lack and opposite of trying. And I'm trying to remember all this stuff. It's been a while since I've deeply went into the rules of cools. For this one, I think we're going to do similarly to the other one where we had just have instead of a ramp, we have an elevator system. Alright, and we'll see how this works out. We'll do the freaking production miner Mark II. I ran out of portable miners. Took a while. Special equipment workshop. There is an alternative recipe for the portable miner, where they are then made by a factory. I remember having them on like one single player run. I think I had a factory somewhere just pumping those up into a container. We should do that as well once we get to the whole building a mall factory. But like I said, that'll be post-nuclear. I wish I had more. Alas, 'twas not to be. Bam. So I think we need like 2 miners per mining hole. Now they're gonna. If nothing else, it'll get us started. So the miner Mark II will then go here, face this way, and then followed by the scooter poop our way over here. And yes. Or no. Ooh. I get to do the thing that I thought of earlier today with the half foundations. You see this? Really gotta remember to check these out, the half foundations more, because they do interesting things with these patterns. They're really valuable for if you want to kit bash things like I did for the factory over yonder when I made because one of the like manufacturing like basic construction machines was too close to the wall, so it clips out a little bit. So I put in a half foundation normal, and then I painted red and put in like fans and some pipes going into it, so it looks like an external air conditioning unit. I'm rather proud of that one. 30 should be more than enough because you only need to make 60. Now, because there's so many of these nodes that we saw sneaking about. I'm not gonna give them shards. Keep on pushing the wrong button E when I'm supposed to be pressing R. Embarrassing. In our architecture, we find the grand new fancy McPants of the roundest concrete beam. I think only one corner will be done. We put them on both sides, and a lot whole buggeroony makes theoretically slightly more sense. Now, I'm thinking that we pull this one's out, but then also in here comes up on the side. Meaning that we would put a merger there. Alright. And then to get to there, mark number 5 for the final one. Your outputs would probably be no. Come on. Mark 4 at best. And there we can see some iron nodes there and there. This one can then fit more of these. Expecting that. There you go. I don't know why, but it felt like the thing to do. We light up the mining machine. We can actually light all of them up, can't we? And the train stations. Probably should. We can light these up with stuff. Light them up with the noble art of don't ask too many questions. There we go. Heck yeah. And you would require something like that. I like the desert here because we can bury these foundations partly in the sand and it still looks like it fits with the terrain. That's the way the desert is superior to the green areas, because if you built partly inside dirt, it looks a little weird. Like, how did that dirt get there? Why was that why is that foundation beneath it all? Whereas with the desert, especially with these dunes, it looks like the wind put it there. At least that's how I see it. Y'all don't have to agree. Y'all just have to turn up. Now this one is an impure one. This one is impure. This one is normal. So the normal one from there would be extra 120, and these two combined is also 120, which means that yes, these can be marked too, and then this one would give that node a grand total of 240. Not bad at all. So if we look at our foundations and our 4-meter stairs. There's sand everywhere. Oh no, Kim Stockholm. I hate it when that happens. Thinking sand, it's itchy ingredient, gets everywhere. Master Skywalker was right. Oh, what? Why didn't I realize this soon? We can have handrails on the... How about modern ones? Oh, they look better with stairs. It's even like cooler. In many ways actually. Now that I look, the more I look at it, the more I'm like digging, like building stuff, so they're like partially submerged in sand, because it just looks like more part of the world. You know, it looks more immersive. It's been here a while. Even if these stairs in the belt system makes no freaking sense, because we're gonna do some silly shenanigans. Or maybe we can make this work actually. Let's see. If we start from you. Okay, cool. Yeah, now you can kind of, it would make sense to fit through there. Me adding this lighting is a bit of a mistake because I didn't really think this one through. There we Make it go. There we go. Come on, come on. Bow. There we go. It's all fully hogless. Oh, and yeah, boys, there we go. One, two, three. Oh, four. That's 1, 2, 3, 4-ish. I get to zooping. Alright, now for this one as well, I think we're going to embrace the sand with little round concrete corners. See here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know, I did this and now I realize I'm dumb. I could have just put it on the inner corner. Make just a wee bit more sense because got power running down that side anyway. Now we got that thing there, which means we can have it floating on midair. So you get some nice round concrete beams. Congratulations, Streetlight. So does your friend here. Now another benefit of just sort of losing yourself in the sauce of design is that you end up like experimenting, and I at least like the whole experimenting thing and coming up with new interesting things. So I'm already like realizing like, okay, cool, all the things we can do with the whole like round concrete things, something I immensely enjoy. And I'm gonna be building more factories, and they're gonna be using these same design elements. There's always like value in like so many things. At least like there can be, you know. As long as you want to. Hey, you probably know the saying, vettä tuleeko esteri perässeestä, but you know where the saying comes from. Because if not, I might be able to teach you something new. Well, the Entropist, go ahead. I know like esteri would be... Wait, no, I looked this up at some point in my life, but I've forgotten already. Can't remember who exactly esteri was. And for those who don't know, yes, the direct translation would be... it's raining water like from the ass of Esther. Now, who the Esther in question is one of these things I can't remember. I think it was one of these, some pagan god or something. Like, I had to remember all the old Finnish gods. Not that, you know, the Finnish gods weren't in the way people nowadays think of as gods. I think that's also one of the big problems with, should we say, a certain group of monolithic religions affecting so much of our culture, is that they've tainted the very notion of a deity and what it means. One of the reasons I like the whole Asian and Japanese, there we go, storytelling is because they have their like native cultures more animistic. We can't have it there because then the belt would go into the sand, so I'm gonna do it like that. You bastard. But feel free to teach me, my friend. I'm always willing and interested in learning. I've said it before and I'll say it again. That's why I talk so much nonsense. I say all kinds of shit, which might or might not be true. It's up to you to find out. Because I am a firm believer of, you know, the only way to cure yourself of your ignorance is to expose it. So you gotta be, you know, willing to talk to people. And that means sharing your opinions. Because you never know when you're wrong. You never know when you're right. You don't like to be right. Well, that's the thing. Or like, you know, I'd rather be corrected so that I might be truly correct in the future, rather than, you know, just feeling like, oh man, I know the things you don't, you know, if you don't get what I'm saying. And one theory is that it comes from a water pump used in the fire trucks back in the day. And it's true, STA 240D is a real pump used in fire trucks. How the saying is older than the pump. That is actually pretty fascinating, because yeah, first of all, it would imply, okay, cool, that would make sense for the pump to be called, for the saying to come from like a fire truck's pump. But if the saying is older than the pump, that would imply then, oh, so I'm guessing the pump name might have been named after the saying then. That's kind of funny. I like it. I approve. Thank you, Entropist. I appreciate that. Alright, let's see here. So you would then go... Not again! It's marked to be building stuff straight. And then every now and then, you just add that little like angle to it for no heckin' reason. I find this deeply disturbing at times and very confusing. No, good enough. Oh, there's lights. There's things. All of this looks far more intentional than the usual crazy spaghetti I do. So like this, see? Just decorate your spaghetti and it's no longer spaghetti. You see, there's lights, there's railings. It follows. It makes sense to me, and the way I look at this. And okay, this is make like intrinsic sense, like how one would build such a thing. And why would one would do it in a certain way? There's no way to get down here. But here's well, we can do it like we did in other places. It's with a quick application of a ladder. Now, will it allow you to go past the belts and stuff? No. Well, that's okay. Now that I pointed it out, though, now it's no longer okay. No, I need to fix it. And actually, having closer to the beams even makes it look even more intentional. Well done, Pioneer. Well done. So, unfortunately, we don't truly know where it comes from. Lost to the times. Ah. Tragic. Thank you, though, and Enterface. That was pretty funny, though. The whole, just trying to consider it. Like, where might it have come from? There we go. Sometimes words. Not all the time, but sometimes. Words be hard, yo. Words be hard. Oh, I think we can do a thingy here. Oh, especially with the stairs and things, like the sand looks so like naturally blowing in there. Missed the second theory message. Oh no. Another theory is it comes from a paddle steamer. Siipirätäs alus called Esteri, which had the paddles at the rear that would throw water at everyone behind it. But it is uncertain if that is truly the origin of the saying. Ah! That would also, would make sense, yeah. Paddle boats can be very splishy-sploshy. You know what I also enjoy? The fact that this theorizing also implies that there are then like serious academics have spent serious time considering the question of where does the nature of Esteri's ass. I like this. I find this amusing. Alright, so would this maybe work better this way? So now we got an arch. Goes forward, and then we'll have to have an opposite arch. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. Target has been acquired. And at this point, we do a vertical. Then a default. Then with number 8, we find the inverted ramp. 4. Alright. We do the same thing except one step further, just so that it's at least one step further. No, one more. 2 steps. Because otherwise it's pretty much, it's lost by the in the dunes a little too much. But in the end, you know, it's one thing to make things a realistic feeling, but then of course, you know, if you can't see it, then what's the point? So sometimes, like I said, the rule of cool then determines that, well, we gotta be a little flexible about our interpretations. You see, there we go. Of course, we could just say, like, okay, this inverted ramp, there's a solid, then another inverted ramp. So that there's like a pillar here in between. We could put a pillar there in the middle as well, or just leave it as a long, sort of slim bridge, which actually looks pretty fun as is. I think, yeah, we're gonna leave it as is. Heck, yeah, this thing, yeah, we'll let's no, there we go. There we go. Next one with your bottom view would be then, say, would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Now to stay airborne. Alright, now we could then have this be a corner, but we turn that way, or we continue this way. I'm kind of digging the long straight. There we go. Then it is 1, 2, 3, and 4. We have a under production, the Minor Mark II. Now, part of me just tempted to push this thing like all the way there. This would be like just a walkway. Huh. Now that could be a interesting thing to do. Now, if we did try to do that, how many? Okay, in between we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 9 of these. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4 more. And under the 5th one, goes down again. Means you go 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, 4. This could be an interesting way to do it. Yeah, clips into it though, so that's a no. That was good. Ah, yes. And you're outputting 120 a minute. Here, have some more. How about frame pillar? Remember these used to be something used together with these. No, I guess it'll be the large frame pillar then. Now it looks slightly better, supported. And yeah, you going across there is fine. Now look at our foundations and 4-meter stairs. I like the Esther boat idea, by the way. Sounds like, because it sounds like such a reasonable thing to do. Water's like pouring out like from the back end of Esther. It's like, oh, Esther. Well, it's that god dang boat. You wouldn't believe. Don't worry. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. Man, that boat got everybody so fucking moist. One, two, three. Oh. You know, I'm gonna allow it. It's clipping into it a little bit, but it is such a small amount, so we can't actually see it. Hey there, Knapsor. Hi, it's Thorning. It's Thorning along. Hi there, Knapsor. How are you napping? Hope you're getting some better sleep now. The horrors of vacation, you know, it's like, oh no. The guilt. I should be sleeping. Why am I not sleeping? The body's used to waking up too early. I'm building another train station here to pick up like iron ores and things, and I'll be connected by the... I've got a copper ore pickup over there, concrete factory and pickup over there, and now we just need iron ore as well, and then, because we have coal in other ways, then we can finally, finally start working on some of the stuff over there. Still no uranium, but you know, we'll get there. I could take a nap right now. Probably shouting out, as it's threatening to start stream early tomorrow, and you're 1 hour in front already. Oh no! And its wily threats. Bet he'll you know, he'll oversleep anyway. It's like, oh, we're gonna start so early tomorrow, and then he starts at like noon instead. Someone asking why, how could you have done this? And he's like, oh, for Knappy. He wasn't stressed enough. There we go. Wah. Yeah, and we do the... Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to do. There, so now these won't be sort of clipping out too weirdly. Sport arches could do with some decorations, but mostly things look okay here. There we go. And hard nope. Now that I can live with, but that giant, like, slow incline, not my idea. Good looking. Alright, so now there's a whole bunch of iron ore being pumped in from that one, this one, and that one, which would be 240. And this one is a pure node over there. So how exactly... Okay, like straight down apparently there's another one, which is also a pure node. Ah, lovely. So I guess we could have those two combined onto one belt that comes here. Makes sense to me. One, two, three, four. 2, 3, 4. And yes, extremely arbitrarily chosen, just random 4. 1, 2, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. It's 4. 2, and 3, and 4. Come on. There you go. One, two, three, four. Yes, and go. There you go. Now we have DNA donations and powerful foundations. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. There we go. Wow. There we go. And then we do a inverted ramp here. Come on. Heckin' wonderful. So this thing is coming along. And within our foundation, we'll just find the heckin' stairs. There we go. There we hunt down the industrial railing. Oh yeah. Again, decoration. What decorations? Come on, there we go. Slowly but surely. It's all coming together. And a ladder. Nice. Excellent. Now... oh, those are also pure. Ah, butt nuggets. Well, this one at least we can get to. Not too much extra hassle. Yep, good, good. First get the railings in there. Say like that. And a corner like this, that actually works. We can leave it. I'll leave it at it as is. Yes. And that means we also have to put in one of these now. Swam. Bam. Thank you, ma'am. Getting there, heck. And yeah, boys, there we go. Come on. Nice. Ooh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like that might be all we need. There we go. Come on, there you go. Round concrete. There we go. Alright, then under architecture we find the freaking ladder. And we ladder, skedatter, or there we go. You know, that's no. That's not fine. That was not fine at all. I had lied. Terribly so. So that's better. Way better. Now we can then even probably put a modern railing here between. That. Now, no one will be running down from there. And then under foundations, we find the stairs, and the stairs, they go, well, they go there. Yes. Whoop, they zoopity whoop, and they whoop, and they zoopity. Whoopity. All over. Inverted big ramp. There. There. Go and eat and be lazy. Have a good time, Factory. Well, thank you for coming by and saying hi, Knupsor. I hope you have a most tasty and delicious food times. I'll be seeing you around. Hopefully one of these days. We'll have some more multiplayer fun times. You know, always a good time in Mars First Logistics. And who knows, maybe we'll find some more fun times. More fun games. Want to do Pal World? Could be fun. Now, this is a Mark III belt. A Mark III belt has the speed of 207. It's 120 plus 120, so that would be 240. Now that of these need to be Mark IVs actually. After they merge, so that's 480. Yes, Dogo. Alright, so that is all of these nodes hooked up. And you're filling up the very first freight platform of iron ore pickup northeast 1. Copper ore pickup northeast 1. And Chuck Norris's concrete northeast. Alright. Let's put down a couple of these pillars. Come on, here we go. Won't go too nuts because we're not sure how we're going to continue. We might have to put another roundabout here. And these two iron nodes, which were supposed to go there, we just never got around to it. Well, we don't need to right now because, like I said, we have more than enough. Excessive amounts to be true. Now we need to head up all the way there. Found the roundabout we did, and then connect that one to the train stations up north. See, this one is here, and it's supposed to connect to those. Now, if we look at blueprints, block pillar. So that would be the, I believe, the target height. And then we scootily put it here. Bring it on down. One click to auto connect. Realize our mistakes, I didn't count at all. Now we'll back up again. So get it to the right correct height. This is supposed to be there. And then we push it forward one more time. Double clacky, clickety clackety. Click clack goity. Multi click. Too steep. There we go. Not too steep anymore. Hey. There. Yeah, naturally this one apparently can't stay here, but that is fine. It's a placeholder if nothing else. At least we can have something to aim towards. So we try it again. It'll be easier for us to see then where we need to put that roundabout front. Try one more time. Push out as far as it can go. There. Wow. So. Then we do blueprint, roundabout. Look in, process. about right. Now we just go forward until we can have it sort of angled with the roundabout there on the left, and then that, my friend, yes, will help us find out how to connect. Well, my height's wrong, so it's okay. Math time. Well, just counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 26 is very good. Give me a quick sec. There you go. So if we then, oh, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Was that the number? Well, let's hope so. Alright, not really? Well, that's okay. Yeah, close enough. Now with the height correct. I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go. That looks about right. So we do a wham. Replace you with the path signal. There we go. So now we have Manufacturing North has some train stops. Gonna need more. Well, that's okay. There we go. And then we just squeal it. Click, clack, clackety clack. Shove it as far as we can get. Come on. Come on. Stretch, train, stretch. Oh. We're getting there, and... Oh. And we do it again. Click it, clackety. And at this point, I feel like we can probably start pulling it down a wee bit. Oh, I realize I can do this, can I? It'll take a wee little bitty of time, and nothing too bad. We see we just shove it forward. You know, that's annoying. Let's not do it that way. Let's do it this way instead. So much clickety, so much clackety, clickety, clackety, click, clack, click, click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, click. There we go. Dang. I think the easiest way to fix that so one blueprint out to connect on that end. And I think we can get... There we go. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Gotta make it. I'm certain I will. Yeah. Oh. There we go. So would this get beneath those? You know, I think it will. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so we then figured out the coal and everything, but we can finally start working on that final freaking manufacturing north area. Took us a little while, but getting there. Oh, it's only been 7.5 hours already. Alright. Took me a little longer than I was expecting. My quick little, hey, let's tiny little prep work and then we can start doing some nuclear stuff. Was instead of a couple of hours, was in fact for multiple days. Still don't have a uranium mine though. So, yeah. I'll have to make batteries and then we'll just send a drone to pick it up or some shit. The drones can take it. And okay, so we have stations now. For all kinds of things, including a concrete factory, copper, and the other stuff. We have highly pressurized water we can dig out of the ground. We're using the magical power of fracking. And we need these for some things. And using those, we can do pure ingot stuff. Now we have pure copper ingots. iron plates. Now we have to go and hunt down some hard drives, I think, at some point. Okay, so this way we could actually have one that brings in both, like, iron or copper ore, and the, yeah, no, we also want the sulfur. Wait, so is that gonna be like 4 different, even more train stations? Oof. Well, that's okay. That little roundabout's gonna be under a train station for when the time comes. Fair enough. Fair enough. Which means the factory's gonna be growing like this way and like encapsulating the train tracks. And I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. So come here, you booger. Let me build upon you. Alright. Yes, pretty close. There we go, and you go there, you go there. Right. The train platform grows. Probably have to build it to be attached to the mountain for it to make sort of sense. And now these are proper underground factories, eh? I'm gonna build all kinds of pillars and cool things down here. And then the one. Two. I was thinking, because we can have 1, 2, like 4 drop-offs here. So if we change our iron drop-off, for example, to work in a way that it would have. So that would be better if we had multiple wagons. It was like a single train, but multiple wagons. So the first one would be, say, so look, iron, concrete, and then copper. So copper would be, no, it would probably be like copper, concrete, iron. Because the iron is the one that has the most space sort of ready to go. So in that way, we can use one station for, you know, a lot more things. And then we need a couple of more dedicated ones anyway, so they can be there for, like, placeholder. This means we have to go back to the iron station, do a little bit of a tweak there, nothing too bad. And then we bring those things in here. Now, in order to make the other stuff, yeah, so we're gonna need one for, say, okay. Like dedicated for the, like, sulfur. So you are middle of this one. Some small weird twisting happening. There we go. Yeah, I think a basic block signal will work just fine here. Alright, so then we have the fluid freight platforms. There you go. Move them to face this way where there's some space. You're facing this way where there's some space, because these two are built right, like, kissing each other like a moron. So then their output would be here. You can't be there. Alright. Now this would be the sulfur drop-off, and I'm pretty sure the sulfur one had, like, also a single station. So then we send a train. He goes like a sulfur train. Let's try to send one now. One electric locomotive. The freight car. We don't have good I lied. Nope, you're not. You are. Northern manufacturing sulfur import. Northern manufacturing. The sulfur imports are happening here. Yeah, that is lovely. And your timetable is sulfur pickup, sulfur import. And you do an unload, not a load. Now we'd have sulfur coming in. There, all our block signals. Similarly, we put down an electric boogaloo locomotive. We push the wrong buttons all the time. And we give it the oh. I'm assuming this one will then take the liquids as well. Timetable, you are liquid import, nitrogen gas pickup, save changes, turn off self-driving. So now we'll have sulfur and the nitrogen gas coming in. And for this one, yeah, we need to go back and do a small reorganizing because the concrete is already going into the second stop. The copper is going into the first because it only has, only built like a single sort of container thingy. And then there's the iron. The iron is also going to the first one. It has space for building a more complex stop system there. But ultimately it would probably be easier to extend the copper stop by removing the stop itself and then adding like one empty platform, two empty platforms, then the stop itself, so the third cart will be copper. So then iron, concrete, copper. I like this plan. Of course, all of that has to go. There you go. Now power is currently coming through here. As you can see, that's a problem because we're going to move that all that way. There we go. So this one will then be instead placed like that, so that we can then have like this, and then like that. Ah, it's one of these. All right. Nope. Specifically as copper ore pickup, any one. So then you'll have first copper, then iron, then concrete, then drop off. So we do an electric locomotive with one three of those. Have a fun not a fun color we'll hopefully recognize. Random gray, there you go. There you go. So you have a timetable that includes first copper ore pickup, iron ore pickup, followed by Nocturus concrete exports, followed by northern manufacturing, solid import, save changes, turn on self-driving, then we'll see how it fares. Okay, first we get here. And then the very last bit gets loaded in. Oh, I don't think our imports are marked for unloading. So I'll wait for you to just drive into the iron stop because it sounds like a fun idea. I just want to see it happen. Alright, come on. I'm gonna slide faster than a train. Even if it means doing the unthinkable. Damaging fixed property. Oh no. Such horrid things. You unload. You unload. You unload. Nitrogen gas is upset. Go find out why. Okay. So the sulfur friend can't make it. You can't turn because... Ah. There we go. Oh no! The trains have crashed. Why would you do this? You're a path signal. You're a path signal. You're a path signal. You're a block signal. Stopped at the block. Yeah, no, that thing crashed into the bugger. And this thing is no longer auto-driving. And... yeah, let's see here. Why are you red? Alright, liquids are being exported. The sulfur has made it. Alright, shit's looking cool. The guy's full of sulfur. Have these deliveries already been done? They have. Iron ore, concrete, and then copper ore. Very cool. So, the imports are working as intended right now. So that's nice. So now we got the gas, we got the sulfur, and then we'll get the water from there so we can make sulfuric acid and nitric acid. I mean, nitric acid sort of eventually. I don't think we can make it just yet because I think that's under particle enrichment. Alright, now to get the nuclear. Let's see here. Yeah, for this one we need those radio control thingies, which we're not making. Same for this one. Now, who all needs those? No, no, go on. Don't be like this. Oh, I'm out of computers? Wait, how is that possible? They shouldn't be relying on anything like that. The uranium fuel rod ones, uranium stuff encased ones, and EM machines used as fuel for nuclear power plants. Iodine infused filters. So we need these, we need those. And this one needs, yeah, the crystal thingies. We got the rubber stuff. We have the train connection over to the oily oil fields, but I don't think you have a station actually built there yet for the import and export from over there. But that'll be okay. So then we'll have a plan. Need to have a train for, yeah, one train from there with at least 2 wagons, one full of rubber, one full of plastic. Okay. How am I out of computers? Sweet. So now there's trains using the extensive trade network at least a bit. No one is importing the aluminum just yet, but yeah, we'll probably have to make a stop there next to that sulfur guy for the aluminum. The desert is looking slightly more inhabited now, which is nice. Oh, Quamp. There we go. And then pretty much all of this will be, well, not all of it, but a whole bunch of it will be then replaced by stuff happening elsewhere. Now, why are you not making anything? Oh, that's why. Right. Put on the hover pack, throw away my berries. There we go. Oh, noise and awkward like. Then the superior computer. Now once the high-speed connectors are not happening because you are out of quick wire. There we go. There we go. Actually fit between the signals entirely. I was a hair too long. The squiggle were off the edge of the foundation, folks. Here there be monsters. Mm-hmm. That's true. But yeah, I think it is. It could be that it's a hair too long, especially with the multiple, like, cars. But as long as they can drive, it'll be okay. I guess it's when if it has multiple cars and it should be trying to do a loop-de-loop, then it can't do that because it'll hit its own, well, the cars themselves. So yeah, having a sort of priority to the right, very important. So it should at least be able to find a path it can drive. Those are now working. And then we have the other coal happening from there. We could import other things. Yeah, we want the computer so we can build some blenders. We want to build some blenders so we can see what happens. Will it blend? Encased uranium cell takes, yeah, concrete, uranium, and the sulfuric acid. The cooling system takes water and nitrogen gas, rubber and heat sinks. Fused modular frames, heavy modular frames, aluminum casing, and nitrogen gas. Okay, so this one takes iron and steel and concrete. We have the aluminum, so we can make the aluminum casings easy, and we are now importing the nitrogen gas. The batteries Yeah, because we can't make nitric acid yet, because we haven't done the particle enrichment thingy. Now we need these for the project parts. So 1.5 a minute. So we'd have to up these guys' production pretty aggressively. The gas is fine. We could throw in some sloops, and the heavy modular frames are just mildly annoying to make. So, in other words, we can't really get what we want now, can we? Because we need the rubber. Which means we gotta go back here. I feel like at least one fuel node, oil node, is currently doing sort of nothing. But the plan was still on that area to be focused on fuel productions. Right now it is making fuel to make energy, and it's also making fuel to power the trucks. So it might be a good idea to like just not touch that. And then next time we just push the road forward to these oil fields, and then we start making plastic and oil and rubber and things. Sinking if we don't want. Because then we have a road connection, or like just train connection going this way as well, so we can get the SAM from here. And then we'll have nice train connections. Now, before we do that, I think it would be a good idea though to start producing at least some stuff. Now for the particle enrichment, there we have some random ores. This one has turbo motors, better mining machines, which could be pretty neat. But for this one, yeah, because this one gives us non-fissile uranium, packaged nitric acid, nuclear pasta, particle accelerator. And plutonium weights is then used in the final phase tiers to make the fixed sign, if I remember correctly. So first we'll build a system to then use these to turn the start making the plutonium pellets and everything case one, and then like just sinking all of that, so that we don't end up with a whole bunch of plutonium waste, which we can't sink. I'm probably wondering how many. I got 4 of those, and this one has 83 coupons. For the nuts, we want 1,000. Yeah, that's gonna take a while. Part of me is thinking I'll just buy the freaking milestone things. But at the same time, that's dumb, because we need to make all of that anyway. So let us contain ourselves for a wee while longer. Oh, the cables are something I actually haven't gotten yet. We had exactly 4 of those. Nice.
All Fix-It Awesome shop purchases are purely intended for professional Fix-It employee business.
Yep. Only serious business, none of that monkey business. Unless it's a official Fix-It monkey, I guess. I think, yeah, the next path part would, in fact, yeah, be the northern manufacturing fun times. So that way we can build that up, and we know we need to import rubber, plastic, and such. So we'll just build a station that's ready to accept those, and then we'll build the rubber and plastic factory later, because we want at least some of those things just be, you know, made somewhat. We'll wait for all that to happen, and yeah. If nothing else, we have some rubber and plastic. I mean, there's some truck plastic, but that doesn't really count. You know, they're doing their best and all that. And the rubber, well, we'll just multiversally, we'll just use a pocket dimension to put them in a temporary storage container. And it'll be grand. It'll be heckin' great. Okay. But I was thinking, like, man, we got nothing done today. I mean, yeah, okay, sure. But I didn't get that much of the what I set out to do today done. But all that's done, which is neat. So now we don't need to worry about that too much. Now it's just building a factory here. So this will be the train yard. We can fit easily, yeah, a train stop. We can probably redesign this thing. So we destroy that stop and have it be like one, like the sulfur in the front, nitrogen in the gas in the back. And then we put on the hover pack. Yeah, a single station for, and then one for bringing in the aluminum. And then one for the two other ones. That would be more than enough space. At least hopefully. So then this one would be for there we go. One rubber, one plastic. There we go. There you go. So this would be then for rubber and plastic. This one will be changed into aluminum. This one will be changed into bringing in nitrogen gas and sulfur. And you are too long. Yeah, so you need help in taking right turns. There you go. Hopefully that'll allow him to keep trucking, keep training. Yeah, I need to go there to fix that one station. Okay, let's do that one. We'll have to do that tomorrow. It's getting late. I'm getting tired. I'm getting hungry. Northern manufacturing is coming together, getting the raw resources. Oh, nice and dandy like. Just need one new station. Yeah, we wait for the freaking sulfur fellow to come in here, and then we'll deal with that one. Yeah. I'd say it's looking good. I'd say it all coming together. Heck and yes. Freaking nuclear takes forever. When you're as easily distracted as I am. So I think yeah, if water comes from here, we do then nitrogen and like nitric acid kind of stuff. Production will happen here below the tracks. Then a lot of the other things will be, well, shipping it all up. Gonna build stuff tall. You're coming back now? Miss your friend Big Chungus? They claim to be operational, but for some reason I don't believe you. And I was gonna have to go, but now I need to go check out what the freaking frack's up with that guy. So I could have sworn they were also like spinning around doing some dumb shit earlier on. And what are they doing now? The good thing is that the repairs we need to do here is easy because we just demolish the station we built. Because I built it in my greed and in my haste, and I had completely forgotten why, in fact, I had an empty station in between. And it was exactly that, so we could one train picking up both. There you go, beautiful, wonderful station with walking cats. Well, what's going on here then? Now, you cannot proceed because that says no. All right. Okay, path goes in. Path signal. Block signal. What do you... Oh, well. Then you can try to head off to the sulfur imports. Yeah, the problem with some of those paths becoming problematic. Now, if you're going to be twice as long, though... Heck. Alright. That also means we do, in fact, need that direct turn to the right. There we go. Because, well, it's funny, and the idea that they can make those roundabouts, swirly-whirlies, but they can't if they have more than one trailer. We saw that with the nitrogen gas one. And now we're seeing it with the sulfur one. Now, annoyingly enough, pretty sure the sulfur one's going to try to leave again. Before I have a chance to stop him. There you go. Next stop, Northern Manufacturing. So then we'll find out, can the roundabout be used to make a simple U? Certainly looks like it. Excellent. Ooh, I love it when the trains actually work. Heckin' amazing. Beautiful even. Rolling on in. Turn on the self-driving. Alright, so these two will have their systems combined. It'll be grand. But that'll be another day. Because I really do need to go. It's been 8.5 hours. I need food. Dogs need walks. So I shall exit to the desk of tops, my friends. And then tomorrow, trust me, bro, we'll totally go nuclear. I hope. Change the scene to the end of streams, of course. Yes, there we go. And we scroll around to find the song of the end, the song of drink and industry. There we go, my friends. And now we'll see who is out and who is about. And where, my friends, where do we raid? So, first we'll check if anyone I know is playing the same game. Not really. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Carpathize. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the chatters. There we go. We saw him earlier in chat. We're going to go send him a raid. It is, of course, the one, the only, the puppy himself, the Cyborg. Raid him one more time. See, he's playing Pal World as well. Everybody playing Pal World now. So why not send you all over there as well. So thank you for hanging out. Carpathize, Cobalt Snacks, Sheep in a Cart, 2Bob Games, and everyone else. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. Hope you had a good time. I had, as always, a wonderful time with all of you. And I hope all of you have a wonderful day. Now, it's getting very hot out there, so remember, stay hydrated. Very important. Yeah, thank you for the stream. Thank you, 2Bob Games. Thank you, everyone on the Twitch side. Thank you, everyone on the YouTube side. Hope you all have a good one. But yeah, I really gotta go. I'm just exhausted. So, I'll be seeing you around, my friends. And tomorrow, trust me, bro, we'll totally go nuclear. We all hope. Hey, I'll be seeing you around, my friends. Ta-ta.